Second.
I will call to order the joint meeting of the Lincoln County Board of Commissioners and the Planning Board on this third day of August of 2026. If you would please stand and join me for a moment of silence, followed by the Pledge of Allegiance. Red flags to the right. Amen. All right, I'll entertain a motion to adopt the agenda as presented.
So moved.
All right, motion by Commissioner Carpenter. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor indicate by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? All right, the agenda is approved. I'll entertain a motion to approve the consent agenda as presented.
So moved, sir.
All right, motion by Commissioner Cecina.
So moved, sir.
All right, any further discussion? All right, hearing none, all in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? All right, the consent agenda is approved. All right, now we'll move on to the zoning portion of this. Before we get started with the zoning, just kind of lay some things out. We're going to do some things different tonight. So we've got planning staff here, IT over here to our right, your left. The planning board is in front of us. When it's time to have your case that you want to speak for, when it comes up, if you would, we'll give you time to move down to the chairs behind the podium. That'll help expedite some of the time to get everybody and the speakers down here to the front. When you come up to speak, you'll be given 3 minutes to speak as an individual, 5 minutes to speak as a group. If you're speaking for a group, we're going to ask your group to stand up to be represented so we can see that there is a group there to give you that 5 minutes. So, with that being said, I'm going to turn it over to the attorney to go through some legal matters.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So, good evening. Tonight, we will be hearing both quasi-judicial and legislative matters. The one thing we are doing a little differently tonight is the quasi-judicial hearings will be first. So those are matters that the Board of Commissioners will make determinations on tonight, more than likely. Some of them will have to be tabled based on the legislative hearings, but the Planning Board does not do anything with those quasi-judicial matters. The other cases are called legislative matters. Those are a forum for expressing public opinion about a project. Those are also matters that the Planning Board deliberates on and provides a recommendation to the Board of Commissioners. That recommendation is required to be provided within 30 days of the hearing. More than likely, those deliberations will either happen tonight or later this week, depending on how long the meeting goes. So there is no statutory requirement regarding who may speak during a legislative hearing, but redundant and repetitive testimony could be ruled out of order by the board. If you are part of a group or you and your neighbors have substantially similar interests, we would request that you please appoint a spokesperson to speak on your group's behalf. A quasi-judicial hearing is an evidentiary hearing where the board must make a finding of fact as provided in the Unified Development Ordinance. Those findings must be based on competent and substantial evidence. Anyone wishing to speak at a quasi-judicial hearing must have standing under law. If you received a letter from the county about a quasi-judicial hearing, those are mostly going to be the TIA appeal, the SUPs, the WSSUPs. Those are special use permits and appeals. Those are going to be the quasi-judicial matters. If you received a letter on that, then you have standing. If you did not receive a letter on that and signed up to speak, please notify the chairman that you did not receive a letter and you're not sure if you have standing, and we can figure that out if you get to the podium. So as far as conflicts, I need to confirm that no board members on either board have a conflict in regards to the case before us tonight. No member shall participate in or vote in a manner that would violate the applicant's constitutional rights to an impartial decision-maker. Impermissible violations of due process include a member having a fixed opinion prior to the hearing that is not susceptible to change, any undisclosed ex parte communications prior to a quasi-judicial hearing, a close familial, business, or other associational relationship with the applicant, or a financial interest in the outcome of the matter. Does any board member on either board have such conflict?
No, ma'am.
No.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, so the first one is the TIA Appeal 2026-2. Jeremiah or Andrew? Try it again.
Good evening, Mr. Chair, members of the board. The first case this evening is TIA Appeal 2026-2 for EJG Ventures as the applicant. Eric Gibson is the applicant in this case, and he is joined by his traffic engineering team. This appeal is based on the technical denial of his traffic impact analysis associated with the plan development that will be heard later this evening. Prior to getting into the details of the case, I would advise the board that the direction we're providing is, once the public hearing is closed on this one, is to table that decision until the plan development application comes back around for y'all's consideration at a future time. Proceed with the public hearing and decide them together. So again, getting into the details, the applicant is appealing the denial of their traffic impact analysis for proposed retail development located at the southwestern corner of NC 73 and South Little Egypt Road. The TIA did not demonstrate compliance with the level of service standards in the Lincoln County Unified Development Ordinance. And I'm going to shift quickly to the determination letter that this was based off of. So in this case, the traffic improvements proposed by the applicant were not deemed to meet our standards. However, they did meet NCDOT standards. They are proceeding with their plan development commercial rezoning application for this parcel, and the Board of Commissioners will need to take action again before that can be approved. This appeal is based on a technical denial of the standards of the Lincoln County Unified Development Ordinance. The applicant has met NCDOT standards and the recommendations for the intersection and plan on making improvements to that intersection. The applicant is also proposing a public-private partnership with the county, utilizing the recently adopted transportation funding policy to aid in the cost share and to increase the impact of the proposed improvements. The proposed transportation project would also deliver or utilize private commitments from this developer and previously received contributions from other developments and funding from the previously mentioned Lincoln County Transportation Fund. The only way to bring this intersection up to the standards of our Unified Development Ordinance would be to add additional turn lanes on the north and southbound approaches to NC 73 from Little Egypt Road, and to provide additional through lanes on NC 73 from NC 16 to the Killian Creek Bridge. The cost of this road widening and intersection improvement would cost approximately $40 million. This cost figure alone shows that the necessary improvements and the funding necessary to complete it does not meet the essential nexus test from Nolan v. Dolan, the California Coastal Commission, heard by the U.S. Supreme Court in 1987, or the rough proportionality test of Dolan v. the City of Tigard, heard and decided in 1994. The scale of the project to correct the present and future issue is clearly a project that requires public funding and consideration by the North Carolina Department of Transportation through their Transportation Improvement Program. A project containing this area and further west was funded in the 2018 and 2026 State Transportation Improvement Program, but was later removed due to financial funding constraints. Therefore, even though staff has denied the TIA, we would recommend the granting of the waiver unless the board wishes the extra scrutiny of the judiciary upon them. Again, this is only the second TIA appeal that this board has heard since the adoption of the UDO, and y'all have heard some on this several months back. But are there any questions on this denial that I issued?
Do any commissioners have any questions?
So if they change their mind and don't put in the gas station or don't do some other things, that would significantly alter the TIA, would it not?
The removal of the trip generation for the convenience store land use would have an impact on the proposal, and the traffic team can address those more specifically than I can. But from a lay standpoint, yes, removing the highest trip generator in the proposal would have an impact on.
And if I'm not mistaken, and I'll let Mr. Arena speak further about this, I think that they, at one time, had come together and said, yeah, we're going to do this, and then all of a sudden it fell through. I don't know that to be a fact, but that's my understanding. And so I think that some more negotiation is in order on this one.
Okay. Any other questions for me specifically?
Okay. Applicant, if y'all want to step up, and when you come to the podium, if you would state your name and address.
Hey, my name is Eric Gibson, 3018 Wickersham Road, Charlotte, North Carolina, 28211. I'm the applicant, EJG Ventures, developer. Good to see you all again. This is our second time coming through with the appeal. Thank Andrew for the introduction and the overview. I'd just like to offer a little bit of clarity. I know that the appeal seems like we're trying to get out of doing work. That's the way it sounds. And the reality is that we have agreed to do all of the work that NCDOT requires. We've agreed to do all of the work that the county requires at the intersection itself that is feasible. The only work that we are not able to do is what Andrew has mentioned, which would require a state-funded project. And the reason for some of those costs is, familiar with Highway 73, there are guardrails there on 73 for a reason. Those are 15-foot drops on each side of that guardrail. The widening of the road takes us outside of right-of-way, which means we would have to purchase private property. And those two alone take this project from an unreasonable economic, achievable level. It just can't happen. So just for clarity, we are making vast, very important, very needed improvements to this intersection, and we're going to do that. We're just asking for relief from some of the work that just can't be done from a private developer. Mr. Cessna, to your question, I have been working with Trilogy, the community. We've met several times. We are negotiating. I believe we've come to terms. I know George is here to speak on some of that as well. And to question of the C-store, yes, if our traffic engineer is here, I'd like for him to come up and speak technically about it. But in big picture, it is reduction of, we're around 10,000 trips per day with the shopping center. With the reduction of the C-store, or the taking away of the C-store, we're reducing that by about 2,700, maybe 2,900 trips. So it's a big reduction that we're making. That reduction in trips, although I haven't done the exercise, we believe brings us to a lesser requirement for that interchange, for that intersection, from the work that we're agreeing to do. So I would like for John to step up and give you guys any technical overview or answer any questions that you like, unless you got anything else for me.
So you're saying that you're ready to do away with the C-store?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and we need to have that in some sort of a document that goes to our staff and goes into the hearing itself, and
Yeah, it's my understanding that when we go through the PD, we would be able to put in use restrictions, and I'm happy to have that be one of them.
okay, great.
Okay, anyone else from the applicant's team like to speak?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you prepare the proposed findings of facts that were submitted with your application?
We did.
And do you wish to incorporate those as part of your testimony?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Eric. Good evening. My name is John Schick, and I'm joined by Daron Capers. We are both with DRMP. We prepared the traffic impact analysis for this project. I know we had a couple slides. Are we able to? Okay. I thought we had them with the TIA piece. Yeah. It'll help make this a little clearer. Thanks. It's okay. Yeah, and if we could start maybe with like slide 4, that'd be great. Thank you. Oh. Oops. All right, good evening. So on the screen here is the copy of the site plan. I think everybody's familiar with it at this point. But up in the upper right corner would be the primary intersection that we're going to discuss here this evening, which is Highway 73 running across the screen, and then Little Egypt Road runs north-south down the right side of the screen. You can see it's a mixed-use center comprised of a grocery store and then some out-parcel retail. And this is the old site plan, so this does include the gas station and convenience store up in the corner that we can talk about in a little bit in more detail. Access is served by 3 total site driveways. You can see 2 driveways that are right in, right out, up along Highway 73, and then a full movement driveway down on Little Egypt Road. There will be separate right turn lanes provided at each of the site driveways. So a little overview on the TIA that was prepared. We did it back in April of 2024. It was scoped with both the county and DOT at the time. It looked at 6 total off-site intersections. And as is typical with the TIA, it looked at the existing conditions, and then it looked at future conditions, both with and without the development. And then finally, looked at a condition that includes the future with the development, along with improvements needed to mitigate the impacts. So the TIA was reviewed by both agencies, including the county and NCDOT. The improvements are shown up there. NCDOT agreed with the findings of the TIA, and the improvements recommended were the extension of the westbound left turn lane to accommodate about 300 feet of stacking on Highway 73 to go south on Little Egypt Road, and then restriping the northbound approach of Little Egypt Road as it comes up to Highway 73 to include a separate left and through shared through right lane. And then, like I mentioned previously, separate right turn lanes were required at all of the site driveways. As everyone's familiar with, Lincoln County has a higher mitigation threshold for intersection performance, hence the reason we're here this evening to talk a little bit more detail about the Highway 73 and Little Egypt intersection. The county has a threshold of a level of service C, or restoring back to the level of service that it is in the future condition without development. So again, with the development as it was proposed back when the TIA was performed, we were not able to meet the mitigation with the DOT recommended improvements. So that caused us to go back to the drawing board. We worked with the county, and I think we have some additional improvements identified that we'll get into that we coordinated with the county on, as well as the neighbors in Trilogy. So just showing it schematically here. So you can see that's the intersection in question with the star in the middle. The NCDOT improvements recommended lengthening the westbound left turn lane to approximately 300 feet of storage. Then it also required us to restripe that northbound approach to include a separate left turn lane and then a shared through right lane. And essentially what that does is it helps the phasing of the intersection, so how the green time is allocated to the different approaches, and it allows the left turns on the side street to run concurrently, followed by the through movements afterwards, versus both sides having to run separately, as it does today with its current configuration. As mentioned, we had some additional discussions with the county and with the community. I thought they were very productive, and you can see what the outcome was of those conversations. Working with the county, we identified an additional improvement on the southbound approach, so coming down Little Egypt Road. We're going to widen that out to include dual left turn lanes, so 2 left turn lanes coming southbound on Little Egypt Road to go east on Highway 73. And that pushes that whole road out. You can see that shown in the yellow there on Little Egypt Road. And then additionally, to accommodate that improvement, we need to widen along Highway 73 to have 2 receiving lanes for the dual left turn lanes coming down. So you can see the 2 left turn lanes, and then it does taper back into 1 through lane as it continues east. And then additionally, there were some conversations about maintaining the separate right turn lane coming northbound on Little Egypt Road. So you can see there through conversations with Trilogy and the neighbors, as well as county staff, we've committed to installing 3 lanes on the northbound approach to include a separate left, separate through, and separate right turn lane.
Okay, is there anything else from the applicant's team?
No, sir, unless there's any questions.
All right. Any questions?
Yeah, can I go? So in your traffic study, is this going to affect the state employees credit union in any fashion? It does not look like it will from your pictures. What's your anticipation?
It's not supposed to impact it at all. Our access point will line up with their access point, and we're not going into the right-of-way.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so at this time, I'll open the public hearing for the TIA Appeal 2026-2 EJG Ventures. First signed up to speak is George Arena.
Thank you. I'm George Arena. I live at 6081 Pier Drive in Denver and Trilogy. I did not receive a letter, but I was deemed to have standing at the last TIA appeal because I'm a board member of Trilogy's HOA. Okay, just to make sure. Just quickly so we understand, when Trilogy sold this property back to the Clarks, they put deed restrictions on this property because of the closeness to the Trilogy homeowners. And as such, we have the right to approve some of the site plans and design drawings, et cetera. Our confusion with this response to this new TIA appeal was, as you saw, the site plan still had the convenience store and the gas station in it, but the findings of fact on under 2B said they were eliminating that. So when Eric came to Trilogy and we met with him, he gave us a new site plan without the convenience store and without the gas pumps, and that's what we expected to see in this TIA. And so that's where the confusion comes in, and that's why we're speaking tonight. We wanted to have consistency between the site plan, what was promised to us when he came to Trilogy, which we presented to the whole community to get support, and the site plan that's in your TIA. And as you saw, it's number 2B in that site plan, and findings of fact says, specifically in attached applicant's proposing findings of fact, as represented statement 2B, applicant has agreed to change the use of our parcel for C-store location, realizing it is not a desired use and will significantly reduce project-generated trips. So we just wanted to make sure that was in the site plan that you get as part of this TIA vote was the new site plan that we had received on June 3rd, and that the right turn lane coming north on Little Egypt to allow us to continue going unobstructed without making the right turn down to eastbound 16. That's it. So we wanted to get that same situation straightened out in the PD that's coming up later, because that site plan was incorrect also, at least from the perspective of what we had been seeing. And also in that PDCU application later, you're going to see that Shea put restrictions on the Clark family when they sold that property back. Those restrictions transfer to any new owner, and in those restrictions, Trilogy has certain rights, and there are some design restrictions. And so we're going to ask that in the PDCU that those also be included in the approval for that PD. That's all I have for tonight.
Okay,
Any
thank you.
questions?
All right, next we have Bill Parsons.
My name's Bill Parsons. I live at 4340 Highway 73 in Orange Station. First off, we open this with a prayer to Christ, so we have an allegiance and obligation to Him. Second off, we opened up with a pledge of allegiance, so we have an allegiance and an obligation to this country. which brings us down to the county level. The obligation is to the population in the county, not outside investors wanting to come in and make money. This roadway does nothing to improve this county. Zero. It offers us nothing we don't already have. It only offers a developer to line his pockets. We gain nothing from this as a community. We don't gain tax cuts. We don't gain dividend checks. We don't gain anything except more traffic, more congestion, and facilities we already have access to. As far as this being denied, we should never take this type of proposal and link it to another development proposal. This needs to stand alone because it doesn't need to be given a place where it can be negotiated out, negotiated down. This development needs to stand alone, be decided on its own merit. And again, there's no merit. They offer us nothing. Okay? We already have Highway 73. It doesn't need to be widened. Any future business they claim they were going to offer, we already have them. We don't need them. We don't need the redundancy. And I want to remind everybody sitting up on that board, we don't work for you. You work for us. And that's not a threat. That's not meant to be malicious. That's just a fact. And y'all agreed to that fact when you took office. So your obligation is to current residents and businesses, not to outside future residents and businesses that want to come in here and make money off of us at our expense and then walk away with their pockets lined. Thank you.
All right, next, Renee Chelsler.
Good evening. Renee Chesler, 665 Lowland Court. I do not have standing as a neighbor, but I should have standing as the Vice President of the Lake Norman Community Association, which is the HOA for Trilogy. Do I need a determination on standing?
Go ahead.
Thank you. I would just like to get on record that if the improvements that Mr. Gibson just talked about in terms of the roadways, that there will be a request for a no U-turn sign at the Exploration Boulevard intersection, westbound coming on 73, so that cars who kind of miss the turn the first time at the light don't try to come and flip around at Trilogy. It's my understanding in a conversation with the DOT that we have to request that later, but I did want to get that on record that no U-turn signage would need to be placed at the intersection of 73 and Exploration Boulevard. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Next, looks like Janet. Can't really. All right, thank you. Having no one else signed up to speak, I will declare the public hearing closed. And I'll entertain a motion to table TIA Appeal 2026-2 EJG Ventures.
So moved.
All right, we have a motion by, that was Commissioner Patton. All right, all in favor, indicate so by aye. Aye. Opposed? All right, so that is tabled. All right, next we'll move to SUP 536.
Good evening, Commissioners.
Hold on one second, Jeremiah, let everybody get situated if you don't mind. All right, looks like everybody's situated, ready to go.
All right, good evening, everyone. This next request is a request for a special use permit. Applicant in this case being Beck Company LLC. They're requesting a special use permit for building material cells in the Eastern Lincoln Development District on a 9.06 acre site that they've also requested to be rezoned. So at the conclusion of this hearing, no action will be needed on this request as it's still pending the results of that rezoning proposal. But this is a request for special use permit for building material cells on this site. This 9.06 acre site is located on the south side of NC Highway 150, on the west side of the NC 16 interchange in Catawba Springs Township. Adjoining parcels are zoned general business, residential single family, and transitional residential, and properties in this area are used for business and residential purposes. About half of this site is located within an area designated by the land use plan as suburban commercial center, suitable for a variety of commercial uses to serve the daily needs of surrounding residential neighborhoods. The other half of this site is located within an area designated by the land use plan as large lot residential, suitable for single-family homes at densities up to 1.35 units per acre. The applicant included their proposed findings of fact as well as their proposed site plan with their application, and I'm sure they'll be able to provide more details on the exact nature of the proposed use here on this site, but I'll be happy to answer any questions that you have for me.
Any questions for Jeremiah? Okay. Is the applicant here?
Name is James Hoke, 125 Rebecca Lane, Troutman.
I'll be speaking for the Hokes tonight. If y'all could pull up the little slides that I had presented. They were about 4 or 5. I'll go ahead and say I'm David Ledford, 2730 Maiden Highway here in Lincoln, landscape architect.
David,
Yes.
while they're trying to find it, did you prepare the proposed findings of facts? Do you wish to incorporate those as part of your testimony?
I do.
Thank you.
And I did. Okay. Do you have some photographs too after this one? There were like 4 or 5 photographs of building supplies. Okay, I'll go ahead. Okay. Basically, what we're looking at doing with the parcel is providing a place for a local company of 83 years plus for building supply sales. They're not a Lowe's. They're more like your old-time local building supply center, mainly catering to local contractors and a few of the homeowners. The parcel in question with that, building supplies come in varying lengths. Some of them are 8, 10, 12s. Some of them are 20, 30, 40 foot long. With that being said, it's very hard to store building supplies, meaning all, within enclosed structures. With that, the way the county's building UDO, it has to be stored in an industrial area to be permitted. With that being said, basically the client is wanting to rezone the parcel, which is another part later on tonight, to light industrial with outside storage. And the outside storage is a special use permit for that type of material. Basically, this is a business that could be done in general business, but just because of the fact of the material lengths and being outside, building supplies are being treated as like junk cars and everything else. I would say that, you know, in pertaining to like Lowe's, nobody ever sees the building materials out back. They're stored outside, they're screened with opaque fences and also landscape. Same sort of thing here. Some of the materials are gonna be inside in the back, but a few of them, like dock supplies, as far as telephone poles and large lengths of other lumber would have to be stored outside. Other things to think about as far as, I guess, the upcoming stuff, do I need to talk about that or at a later time as far as the rezoning portion of it? None of that, okay. Other than that, that's basically about it for the special use permit. It's just basically for the storing of that larger type material outside. And if y'all got any questions, I'll be happy to answer any more.
Any commissioner have any questions for the applicant?
David, you familiar with the history of this piece of property?
I know that there's had been other rezonings on the parcel up front with a convenience store potentially. And with this, actually the plan, if you notice, has dissected part of that parcel with the entrance drive and the new building. There are no plans for a convenience store, and even if it if one would be done, it would have to be reapproved by the county and DOT. With this, we have talked with DOT. There's going to be a left turn in and a right turn in off of 150 as far as improvements. And as you can see, that long drive is basically for supply trucks like tractor trailers that come in with that larger material to be able to get in and off of 150 quickly and everything. The parcel itself is, you know, out of the ELDD district, but they are going to upgrade the front of the building, you know, for that. But basically, just getting it back off the road and everything.
Not saying I'm opposed to it, I'm just saying we kind of got hoodooed the last time we approved this thing.
Yeah.
All right.
And I mean, even the back parcel too, talking with DOT, that's going to require additional entrances if that's ever developed by the Hopes at some point in time or some future landowner. So everything out there would have to be reapproved for anything else other than what we're talking about tonight.
Thank you.
Okay. Any other questions? All right, I will now open the public hearing for SUP 536. And we have Donald Alford. Did I pronounce that right?
No, but that's okay. Don Eford, 4050 Henry Dellinger Road. I don't know that I have standing because I did not receive this later. I got it from my neighbor who could not be here tonight.
From your neighbor?
Yes,
So you're joining property to,
two houses down.
okay, go ahead.
Okay. As you stated, this property's been there for a long time, and it's been a developer's dream for a long time. And you, as you said before, you've had many requests to change this. The special use aspect of this is to allow for a lumber company right in front of the entrance for what would be zoned, it's currently zoned residential. Your overall zoning for this end of the county is residential with a general business in front. Now, I see general business as a retail store, a lawyer's office, a doctor's office, something that again, would not cause any kind of concern with the residents in the area. I don't have a problem with a lumber company. My concern is when he does this, or you allow this to be done, now you've damaged the value of the property behind it. Okay? So if there haven't, you know, I see his road, where is the road coming to develop the property behind it? And who is going to buy a $400,000, $500,000 house if they have to ride by a commercial business or lumber company or convenience store as what was proceeded before? So again, I'm not concerned about his business. Seems like a fine thing. I don't have a problem with that. But the problem is, what are you doing behind it, and what are you doing to the ability to sell the property behind it? And when they come back to you in 5 years and say, oh, we've messed up, now we want to put, a data center there, or a commercial building, or 10 commercial buildings. Now, every one of us here that are residents, that's not what we bought our property for, and that's not what we invested in our property for. So again, that's what I'd like to give consideration to, is what's happening behind it.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
And having no one else signed up to speak, I will close the public hearing for SUP 536, and I'll entertain a motion to table SUP 536.
So moved, sir.
All right, motion by Commissioner Cecina. Any further discussion? All right, hearing none, all in favor indicate by saying aye. 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 Opposed? All right, so it is tabled. Now we're going to move on to SUP 537. All right, Jeremiah?
All right, in this next case, special use permit number 537, the applicant, Riley Icorn, is requesting a special use permit for a contractor's office in the Eastern Lincoln Development District overlay. Like the public hearing we just had, this is also a request that is contingent upon a rezoning, which you'll hear that rezoning request later this evening. So at the conclusion of this public hearing for the special use permit, no action on this request will be needed here tonight. The request involves a 1.03 acre parcel located at 1769 North NC 16 Business Highway at the intersection of Hickory Creek Drive and NC 16 Business in Catawba Springs Township. This property is currently zoned neighborhood business, but as I alluded to, the applicant in a separate request is proposing to rezone it to general business to make it eligible for a contractor's office. Properties in this area are used for business and residential purposes, and adjoining parcels are zoned neighborhood business, transitional residential, and planned development mixed use. This property is located within an area that's designated by the land use plan as single-family neighborhood, suitable for single-family homes at densities up to 2 units per acre. The applicant has included with their application their proposed findings of fact, as well as their proposed site plan for this proposed use. I'll allow them to add any additional details they wish about the nature of the business, but I'll be happy to answer any questions that you have for me at this time.
Any commissioners have any questions for Jeremiah? All right, is the applicant here?
Riley Icorn, 8074 Bradford Lane, Denver, North Carolina. So, yeah, we're here to, looking to put a local family business on 16 there. Currently, there is a condemned house there. The building we have, everything will be stored indoors, nothing outside at all. It's more of a showroom for my company. It's a pool company and a roofing company. And yeah, it's more of a showroom for clients, for people to come in and to see, pick colors, tiles, stuff like that. That's what it's for.
Are you going to have folks coming in off of Hickory Creek or off of 16? Because if you're coming in off of Hickory Creek, you're going to have to do some pothole. You could swallow a car in some of the potholes on Hickory Creek.
I just drove that the other day, and I need new suspension, yes. So there's actually a small sliver that the person just north of me owns, so I have to go off of 16.
Okay. Because Hickory Creek can be a challenge.
It's rough, yes.
Mr. Eichhorn, did you prepare the proposed findings of facts that were submitted with your application?
Yes, ma'am.
And do you wish to incorporate those as part of your testimony? Thank you.
Okay. Are there any other questions for the applicant? All right, I will open the public hearing for SUP 537, and having no one else signed up to speak besides the applicant, I will close the public hearing for SUP 537, and I'll entertain a motion to table SUP 537.
So moved.
All right, motion by Commissioner Carpenter. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor indicate by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? It is tabled. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, now we'll move on to WSSUP 43. All right, Jeremiah?
All right, this next case, watershed special use permit number 43. Unlike the last two hearings we just held, there is no subsequent rezoning proposed with this one, so if the board pleases, they could vote on a final decision on this one following the completion of the public hearing here tonight. Mr. Hong Tao Han is the applicant. He is requesting a special use permit to allow the use of the high-density option in the WS4 protected area of the Catawba River Lake Norman water supply watershed. The high-density option requires the use of stormwater control measures for post-construction stormwater control. And this is for the development of a 1.01 acre site with up to 56% impervious coverage. The high-density option would allow any given site that gets approval from this board to install up to 70% impervious coverage on the site with engineered stormwater controls. Otherwise, under the low-density option, it would be limited to 36%, and that's under the presumption that curb and gutter are not used. So this property is located at 4106 Sinclair Street in the Catawba Springs Township. It is located in the Industrial General Zoning District and is surrounded by property also zoned IG. And properties in this area are used for industrial and business purposes, and the land use plan designates this area as an industrial center. Engineered stormwater plans have been provided by the applicant. They've been reviewed by the county engineer to confirm that they meet our ordinance requirements. The applicant will be required, if this high-density option is approved for this project, the applicant would be required to post a construction bond prior to issuance of a building permit for the site and post a maintenance bond prior to the release of any of the construction bond and prior to the issuance of an occupancy permit for that structure. The applicant has provided those plans. They're included in your packet. In this case, the plans are calling for a stormwater pond with a sand filter. That's the proposed design. And I will be happy to answer any questions you have for me. I also mentioned that the applicant provided in writing as part of their application their proposed findings of fact as well. And that's what I have. I'll be happy to answer any questions you have for me.
Any commissioner have anything for Jeremiah? Okay, is the applicant here? If you would step up and state your name, your address, and anything else you'd like to add to this.
Sure. Good evening. My name is Hong Tao Han. We are the Denver local-based small business owner for almost 20 years. So for our business expansion, this is for our own use. And we currently having a warehousing about 5,100 square foot. And then we propose to add another 6,000. And then in order to meeting the high density requirement on the watershed, so we hired a civil engineer to design the sand filter-based stormwater treatment system, and they're being reviewed also by the Lincoln County engineer. So we are basically continue to grow in Denver, which is in the Denver Industrial Park.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, so we are currently, the new design is the total impervious percentage after this new building being added is going to be 55.4%, versus maximum allowed at maybe 70% or 75%. Yep.
Okay. Anyone have any questions for the applicant?
Mr. Hahn?
Yep.
Did you prepare the proposed findings of facts that were submitted with your application?
I think so, but yeah, I think so. I'm not
And do
quite.
you wish to incorporate those as part of your testimony?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, any additional questions? All right. I'll open the public hearing for WSSUP 43. Having no one else besides the applicant signed up to speak, I will close the public hearing for WSSUP 43. And I'll entertain a motion to approve the findings of fact as submitted by the applicant.
So moved.
All right, motion by Commissioner Patton. Any further discussion? All right, hearing none, all in favor indicate by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? All right. All right, I'll entertain a motion to approve WSSUP 43.
So moved.
All right, motion by Commissioner Carpenter. Any further discussion? Hearing none. All in favor indicate by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? All right, it is approved. Thank you. All right, now we'll go to WSSUP 44.
Right. And the design meets and will be, and will meet the applicable local, state, and flood, erosion and runoff regulations. Mr. Rodriguez?
Correct.
It's a low-intensity, single-story funeral home, correct?
This is a very small funeral home that on a daily basis will probably only have 2 employees there day-to-day, a funeral director and an administrative person.
Right. Fairly low-key operation. And and so both you gentlemen believe that it won't substantially impact the value of the adjoining or abutting property, correct?
Correct.
All right. And the stormwater measures will help control the discharge and such that to prevent downstream impact, correct, Alex?
That's correct.
Right. And then lastly, the fourth finding that the location and character use will be in harmony with the area in which it's to be located. And you gentlemen have the opinion that it will be in harmony with the surrounding area?
Yes.
Yes. Thank you. And the proposed use is a one-story funeral home. Mr. Dupree will have modest or very little impact on the surrounding area.
Very little impact and will fit the aesthetic of the community.
Great. And Alex, this site plan is within the suburban commercial portion of the land use plan, correct? And it aligns with the outlines set out by the county for this area, serving the residential neighborhoods in the surrounding area, correct? All right. I will be glad to answer any questions, or these gentlemen will too, but that is our overview, unless you all have any other information you'd like.
Are there any questions from the commissioners? Okay. So now I'll open the public hearing for WSSUP 44, and we have one person signed up to speak. Lou?
My name is Lou Geis, 8062 Bradford Lane, Denver, North Carolina. That strip plaza you see up there is adjoining his property, and I have no objection to having a body shop next door, but there's a severe flooding problem in that area, and my area floods. The highway department has promised all kind of remedies, and they have done nothing yet. Holy Spirit is going to be dumping more water across the street with what they're doing over there, and they mentioned that they've taken everything into consideration downstream. Well, I'm upstream, and their property is lower than mine. If they change that and dam up water, I'm going to flood more, and I have concerns about that. And I've looked at the civil engineer report, although maybe an oversight, but I have not seen a seal on that where it's been sealed. And I have concerns about the flooding. And if you check with NCDOT, you'll find that they have a problem there, and that whole area has a problem of flooding. That's all I have to say. We just wanted you to take that into consideration.
Okay. Thank you. I'm going to ask the engineer if he could step back up and he could address that question. The gentleman's
I don't know. I just got the
I'm asking
letter.
the engineer right now. He's standing behind you. If he could address your concern about the flooding.
Strip plaza, right?
Oh, to the south?
Yeah, north. Or south.
Yeah, I can speak to it.
Yeah, so essentially as part of our site development, we're planning to match the pre-development condition. We don't plan to dam up or block any runoff that is from Highway 16. All of that flow is going to be diverted around our proposed sand filter to match the pre-development condition. Essentially, all we're going to be treating with the sand filter will be the impervious area within the curb line itself for the proposed funeral home. So there should be no impacts to the upstream development.
Okay, thank you.
Hope he's right.
And if there's a site plan too, I think there should be a site plan if you scroll down. If not,
Did you seal these?
yeah, they're sealed.
No, the copy I have doesn't have to seal.
I can show you exactly the plans where I'm talking about. Keep going down. Sorry, go up some. Doesn't show it on these plans, but essentially we have, as I mentioned, we're proposing a diversion ditch for all the runoff from Highway 16. It would go around the site. You can kind of see it plan right of the sand filter, that arrow line, that's sending all the proposed flow up, away from your proposed development. So there should be no impacts to the adjacent properties in the proposed condition.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you. All right, having no one else signed up to speak, I will close the public hearing for WSSUP 44, and I will entertain a motion to approve the findings of fact as, what's that? Yeah. All right, I'll entertain a motion to approve the findings of fact as submitted by the applicant.
So moved.
All right, motion by Commissioner Carpenter. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor indicate by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? All right. I'll entertain a motion to approve WSSUP 44.
So moved.
All right, motion by Commissioner Mullen. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor indicate by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? All right, it is approved. All right, thank you. Now we'll move on to the portion where the planning board joins us for ZMA 786. All right, Jeremiah, ZMA 786.
All right, as we're entering the portion of the agenda for the rezoning public hearings, I did want to make mention before I begin that the applicant for ZMA number 787, Blake Construction Incorporated, withdrew their application, so we won't be having that public hearing here this evening. But starting with the first rezoning proposal, ZMA number 786, Troy Motts, being the applicant in this case, is requesting the rezoning of a 1.76 acre portion of a parcel from residential suburban to general business. The remainder of this parcel is already zoned general business. This would be rezoning what's left that's currently zoned residential suburban to match the zoning of the rest of the parcel. This property is located about 200 feet south of Highway 150, about 500 feet east of Lee Lawing Road in Ironton Township, and adjoining parcels are zoned neighborhood business and residential suburban. Properties in this area are used for business, residential, and civic purposes, and the land use plan designates this area as a suburban commercial center, suitable for a variety of commercial uses to serve the daily needs of surrounding residential neighborhoods. You have the planning staff's recommendation in your packet. We are recommending approval of this request, and you have our proposed statement of consistency and reasonableness as the second page of the public hearing packet, and I'll be happy to answer any questions that you have for me.
Any commissioners or planning board member have any questions for Jeremiah?
Do we know what's going to go in there?
So you might recall the applicant had that portion of the parcel that's currently zoned general business at the intersection rezoned within the last 6 months to a year. and he had indicated his intent is to potentially build a gas station there. And my understanding, the applicant can speak to this, but my understanding is that he needs to rezone this portion that was added to it that's currently zoned residential for the purposes of installing the septic system that's appropriately sized for the proposed development.
Okay, any additional questions? All right, is the applicant here? Anything they'd like to add?
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, my name's Troy Motts. I live at 4300 Jim Wise Road, Lincoln. And the site plan has not changed since y'all approved it last time. This 1.7 acres is just for the septic system only. And I have a site plan that's showing the septic area, if y'all want to see that, that the soil scientist did. That's the only thing going on that piece of property. That 1.7 acres will just be the septic system, which will just be grass field.
Okay. Any planning board members or commissioner have any questions for the applicant? All right, thank you. I'll now open the public hearing for ZMA 786, and we have Annette Boston signed up to speak. Okay. Then we have Colleen.
Hi, I'm Colleen Cornett, and I own the property 5906 East Highway 150, which is just barely outside of this track he asked to add a septic system to. I'm not opposed to the gas station. What my concern is it's a septic field, and as we know, a gas station has all kinds of petroleum products, and people forget to leave their gas pump, and gas is emitted onto the ground. And then there's a lot of extra septic sewer issues with a gas station, right? And so my concern as a homeowner and a landowner there is what precautions are being taken to ensure that we do not contaminate the properties around it. Just for the fact that we have water runoff, as we know, storm water runoff. And is whatever's being built there built for a gas station and have the capacity to handle petroleum products coming into the ground? And then how does that impact ground and water around the area? So I was there when they were there digging holes for the septic for perking purposes. And I understand he wants to leave it as grass, but there again, I'm not concerned about what's on top of the ground. I'm concerned about what's going into the ground. So that's my reservation about the property.
Okay, thank you. Having no one else signed up to speak, I will declare the public hearing closed. And then we'll move on to ZMA 788. All right, Jeremiah.
All right. Our next case, zoning map amendment number 788, is the same applicant and involves the same property for which we had a special use permit hearing earlier this evening for proposed building material cells. The applicant is requesting the rezoning of a 9.06 acre site from general business and residential single family to industrial light to facilitate the potential development of the site for that building material cells use. This property is located on the south side of NC 150 and the west side of the NC 16 interchange in Catawba Springs Township. A portion of the property is also located in the Eastern Lincoln Development District overlay, and adjoining parcels are zoned general business, residential single family, and transitional residential. Properties in this area are used for a mixture of business and residential purposes. As I stated earlier this evening, about half this 9.06 acre site is located in an area designated by the land use plan as a suburban commercial center, and the other half is located in a large lot residential area The highways NC-16, NC-150 small area plan, which is an adopted small area plan for the county for this area, calls for a mixture of uses. Specifically, this area on that small area plan calls for a mixture of uses adjacent to the interchange to provide options for housing, employment, and everyday living. The staff's recommendation is included in your packet. We are recommending approval. You have our proposed statement of consistency and reasonableness in your packet. While we do acknowledge that this is not entirely consistent with the adopted plan, the land use plan that is, we did outline the reasons that it would be considered reasonable. And I'll be happy to answer any questions that you have for me.
Any question from the planning board or commissioner? Okay. Anything the applicant would like to add?
Do you want us to stay our names again and everything?
I've got you.
Okay, all right. Again, like I was saying, we got a couple of, hopefully, slides available to kind of show the company itself real briefly. Like I said, 83 years in the building supply sales business. They currently have a facility in Mooresville. Oh. As you can see, the facility in Mooresville, the main office building is the one closest to Charlotte Highway. Some of the storage facilities are in the back. They are screened from surrounding properties. This is the largest facility they have and only current facility they have right now. This newest facility will be a little bit smaller than this, especially some of the larger buildings in the back. But overall, you can kind of see landscaping and stuff with the current facility up front, and back in the back, a real orderly fashion as far as the material sales. They are a higher end company. With that being said, the next slide is a photograph of the front of the current building and the side of it. They are going to imitate that at the new location with the required landscaping and everything else that goes along with that. This is some of the things that we're here tonight for, basically, instead of it being a general business type operation on this side as far as zoning, is the storage. As you can see, they can store a lot of material inside and in a neat fashion and an orderly fashion. But there are some materials that can't be completely enclosed, and this is one of them. As you can see, some of those lengths of lumber are pretty long. Let's see. Is that the last one? Oh, okay. Another slide here is one of the ones I mentioned before. Some of the dock supplies, they have to be stored outside. They're not square, they're round. They typically slide a little bit more frequently. You don't want stuff sliding off of racks and, falling on employees and everything else. And then I think that might have been it. But again, the main reason for the rezoning is for the material lengths. We are going to be, setting building back away from the road. And in turn, that is not to say that it's being set back for any specific purpose other than just entrance length getting into the parcel with the trucks and everything, as far as on those occasional times. They will be upgrading the building per the other structure that you've seen there. There will be buffers, a 40-foot buffer around the rear of the building where the storage is going to be, along with an opaque fence. The main thing that a lot of the surrounding property owners would like to know is they are a 5-day company. They're not open on Saturday and Sunday. That is quite different from your local retail sales in Lincoln County as of today. There'll be no intercoms, no backup alarms, no speakers, no nothing on this facility, similar to like Lowe's when you hear say, take it out of aisle 10 kind of thing. These are done with cell phones to individual employees on staff. Again, it's a contractor-oriented business, a low-volume traffic producer, which I think traffic's been always the hot key item every night at these things. Basically, it's your general contractors coming and picking up in the morning, getting supplies for the next day in the afternoon, possibly. They will be limited homeowner sales, to people that want that type of product instead of the Lowe's product. Again, it's building supplies only. It's not fertilizer, it's not shrubs, it's not Christmas decorations. We're talking about old-timey building supply sales. And don't get me wrong by saying this, but if I had a $500,000 house that I had to drive by, I would rather go by this parcel than I would Lowe's on a Saturday or Sunday afternoon and everything. As far as the one comment that the one gentleman had with regard to accessing the parcel, any additional development of the parcel on further down 16 will require an entrance off of the side road off of 150. This is an entrance for this particular operation. It's also an entrance for track number 1, but as it stands right now, it would not be developed as a gas station without approval from DOT and y'all initially. And that's not being planned. I'll make that real clear. But the only thing currently right now is their business. We had other site constraints on Highway 16 that y'all approved before for a conditional use rezoning. And that's the main reason for coming for a zoning approval with a special use at this time, is if there is something, we can slide it around a little bit without having to come back, but not change the plan drastically. If there is any other questions, I'll be happy to answer.
What are your normal operating hours?
7:30 to 4. 5 days a week. I asked the question again today to his mom, one of the owners, and she said for them to go to a Saturday and Sunday operation or anything like that, they would have to actually hire a second crew, and that's just not in the ballgame for them, and never has been, and probably never ever will be.
David, can you talk about lighting for just a second? Can you talk about lighting for just a second? Recently, I've had some questions from folks about lighting around other buildings and bleed over and lighting. I don't know if there's anybody close enough that's going to fuss about lighting.
Well, I think the lighting issues have been starting to be contained a little bit less. They're directional LED lighting that goes on now. The foot candles at the perimeter of the property have to be at a certain level typically, and those are all designed by the lighting engineer if required. We have not talked about the lighting on the side as of yet, but, it'd be hard to, tote off a 30 or 40 feet piece of lumber just for the heck of it, if you know what I'm saying. So I don't think you're gonna get that much, need for the lighting as far as for, at nighttime for theft and so on and so forth around the site.
Okay, any additional questions from the planning board or the commissioners? All right. I'll now open the public hearing for ZMA 788. We have one person signed up to speak. Donald?
Again, Don Eifert, I'm going to use some of the words from your staff member. You used the term consistency. That is not consistent, but he's given exceptions to that consistency. This is property is zoned general business is to support residential. He has stated this is not to support residential, this is support contractors and commercial. His stated purpose is for that. Again, not sure how it remains consistent, or he can jump over that if the property in front of him is zoned that way. Again, as far as the access, you'll put that picture back up there of the property that you just had. He doesn't have another entrance other than that side. The Schranz property is 16 acres, which is in your table. There's another property that's zoned trailer residential, and another zone general business. I'm not sure how he's going to come into the back property other than the entrance he's got, unless he's made a deal for something else that I'm unaware of that y'all have talked about or has been planned. So again, my thing is, again, consistency. This is probably a fine business. I don't understand how you're going to develop the property behind it, and I disagree with him. I don't want to ride past anything that's business when I'm going into my $450,000 house. Okay? That's, get a show of hands. See if they want to ride past it. So again, I understand what he's doing. Don't have a problem with his business. I respect the fact that he's had a long-term relationship in Mooresville, but that doesn't need to go here. And that's, again, consistency is what you're striving for.
Okay, thank you. Having no one else signed up to speak?
Yep, I didn't sign up, but I'd like to speak.
Go ahead, Martin.
Martin Oaks, 8057 Lucky Creek Lane, Denver, North Carolina. When I was a county commissioner, I approved the small use plan for this area. The vision that we had at the time was that we'd have residential at the back, and at the front, we'd have light commercial, like lawyers' offices, dry cleaning, commercial store, something that would serve the residents. A building supply store is not consistent with the idea that this is a largely residential area with buildings out front that support the residences. Doesn't match the small use plan that you find on your website.
All right, thank you. I will declare the public hearing closed. And now we'll move on to ZMA 789. All right, Jeremiah.
All right, the applicant in this next case is requesting the rezoning of a 1.03 acre parcel from neighborhood business to general business. Likewise, just like the last hearing, we had a previous hearing earlier this evening for a special use permit on the same parcel for a contractor's office. Before a contractor's office could be permitted on this parcel, it would first need to be rezoned to general business. So that's the request before you now. This property is located at 1769 Highway 16 Business at the intersection of Hickory Creek Drive and Highway 16 Business in Catawba Springs Township. This property is also located in the ELDD overlay, and adjoining parcels are zoned neighborhood business, transitional residential, and planned development mixed use. Properties in this area are used for a mixture of business, residential, industrial, and civic purposes, and the land use plan designates this area as single-family neighborhood suitable for single-family homes at densities up to 2 units per acre. The planning staff has recommended approval of this request. You have our proposed statement of consistency and reasonableness in your packet. Although we do acknowledge this is not consistent with the suburban commercial center designation from the land use plan, we do outline our rationale for why this amendment is reasonable. With that, I will conclude and be happy to answer any questions that you have for me.
Any questions for Jeremiah from the planning board or commissioners? Okay, anything the applicant would like to add?
Nothing new, just the fact that it's one building going up and then a pool next to it, and then also everything will be stored inside.
Okay, anyone have any questions for the applicant? Okay, I will open the public hearing for ZMA 789, and having no one signed up to speak, I will declare the public hearing closed. All right, thank you. Now we'll move on to PD 2026-2, Old Plank Holding. Jeremiah. We're just going to wait a few seconds, let everybody get time to get situated. There's still some movement going on. So since the chairs down front are full, as you speak, if you would, just kind of cycle back to your space behind. And if you're signed up to speak and there's not an open space, just kind of move in behind. So when the chair comes open, next person fill it and we'll just process through. All right, Jeremiah, you have the floor. And I will say before we really get started, we know this is a high priority, a high topic for everybody. When someone's speaking, give them the opportunity to speak. Let's be respectful, courteous. I mean, there's going to be some things that some people like being said, some people that don't like it being said. Let's just be respectful, and let's just get through this, and let's just please behave. Jeremiah.
All right, our next case, Plan Development Number 2026-2. The applicant in this case is Old Plank Holdco LLC. This is a request to rezone 507 acres to Plan Development Residential for a total of 618 homes. 309 of those being single-family detached homes under the PDR conservation option, and 309 of those being age-restricted single-family homes under the PDR senior housing option. The applicant has submitted a concept plan that would serve as the master plan for the proposed development if this rezoning request is approved. And the applicant is also requesting a 7-year vesting period since this is a multi-phase development that they anticipate requiring a lengthy development schedule. In addition, the applicant was required to host a community involvement meeting that was held on March 26th of this year. And as required, the applicant provided a summary of what was discussed at that meeting as part of their application for the public hearing here this evening. The subject property is located on the south side of Brevard Place Road at the intersection with Old Plank Road in Ironton Township. Adjoining parcels are zoned rural residential, transitional residential, and residential single family. Properties in this area are used primarily for residential and civic purposes, and the land use plan designates this area as large lot residential, suitable for single-family homes at densities of 0.2 to 1.35 units per acre. The applicant did hire a traffic consultant to complete a traffic impact analysis as required by our ordinance. That was reviewed by NCDOT as well as our staff to confirm compliance with not only DOT's standards, but also the standards laid out in the Lincoln County Unified Development Ordinance. The traffic consultant identified several transportation improvements that would be necessary to meet the Lincoln County UDO standards to mitigate the impact of this development based on the trips expected to be generated by these 618 homes. Certainly, I'm sure the applicant can dive into these details, but just very brief highlight of what would be expected as part of the Phase 1 improvements. There would be installation of a traffic signal at the intersection of Highway 73 and Tuckers Grove Church Road, Beth Haven Church Road. There would also be turn lanes installed as part of the Phase 1 infrastructure. As part of the Phase 2 infrastructure, there would be additional turn lanes on Brevard Place Road, as well as Old Plank Road. As part of the Phase 3 infrastructure, there would be a roundabout at Old Plank Road and Brevard Place, Tucker's Grove Church Road. And then as part of the Phase 4 infrastructure, there would be construction of a turn lane on Brevard Place Road at one of the site accesses. So that's just a real quick highlight of the transportation improvements. As far as utilities, the applicant has indicated they do intend to serve this development with public water and public sewer. They would be responsible for providing fully designed plans for review by the public utility staff for those water and sewer line extensions. And so that would come later on in the process, the review of those engineered plans, although again, the applicant may be able to provide some level of detail as to conceptually what their plan is to bring sewer to this site. Our staff did review the plan to ensure the compliance with all of the subdivision standards, including things such as cul-de-sac length, maximum and minimum block length, or cul-de-sac length, maximum block length, road connectivity as each phase of the development is brought online, as well as sidewalks and street trees. In addition to those minimum requirements that the applicant must meet, the applicant has proposed some additional conditions on their site plan, including additional perimeter buffers, undisturbed perimeter buffers in some cases, and managed buffers in other cases. I'll allow the applicant to go into any detail they wish about what they're envisioning with that and why they sought to propose those additional buffers in those particular locations. The planning staff has provided our proposed statement of consistency and reasonableness. You have that included in your packet. We are recommending approval of this request based on consistency with the adopted land use plan. Specifically, I will point to that density range that the large lot residential community type identifies as suitable for this area, with a floor of 0.2 units per acre and a ceiling of 1.35 units per acre. The proposed density of this planned development residential district is 1.22 units per acre, so on the higher end of that spectrum. We do acknowledge that many of the surrounding neighborhoods in this area have densities well below 1 unit per acre. There is, again, a range here. There are some small subdivisions in the area that have densities exceeding that of this proposed development. I did mention the applicant's supplemental buffers that they're offering on their plan, in addition to the transportation improvements that they're proposing, as those are some things that we considered as we came to a consensus on our recommendation on this request. I'm sure you have no questions for me at all, but if you have any at this time, I'll be glad to do my best to answer them.
Planning board members, do y'all have any questions right now? Okay. Any commissioner have any questions right now for Jeremiah? Yes, I do. Okay.
Excuse me, let me shuffle here for just a minute.
Hold on, Jeremiah. Bud's got questions for you.
Just a couple that will probably be covered by the folks who are coming forward and by the attorneys that are coming forward. It says, in our planned development districts, it says development proposed, each planned development shall provide a comprehensive set of design guidelines that demonstrates the project will be appropriate within the context of the surrounding properties and the larger community. All bulk area and dimensional standards shall be established by the Board of Commissioners at time of approval. But each planned development shall provide a comprehensive set of design guidelines that demonstrate project will be appropriate within the context, of the surrounding properties and the larger community. All bulk area and dimensional standards shall be established by the Board of Commissioners at the time of approval. And yet, we really don't have that, do we?
So like most, if not all, of the planned development districts that are brought before this board, the site development data and the metrics and the tables on the site plan have been deemed sufficient to meet that requirement of the ordinance. It provides the lot dimensional requirements such as minimum lot width, minimum lot size, and all of those bulk area and dimensional requirements that are outlined in the UDO.
And so when we have the contractor is going to put in 2 pump stations, am I correct?
That is my understanding.
And then at what time are we going to end up being stuck with them in the county?
So I'll allow the applicant to speak to their proposal and that phased design, that sequence design with an interim pump station and a permanent pump station and how they think that might work. Again, I will kind of reference what I alluded to earlier in that fully designed water and sewer plans have not yet been submitted to Lincoln County Public Utilities for review. That happens after the rezoning decision is made. And so at this point, we simply don't have those details and the timing and the logistics all in writing.
But doesn't that sort of kind of make sense that we would know ahead of time before we zoned anything? That's just going to slow everything down. But thank you, but that's so slow. Doesn't it make sense that we would have some kind of idea before we make a decision on this, that we would know exactly what we're talking about and exactly what we're saying yes or no to? To me, of course, I've said no to things where I didn't have any clue what was coming next. And I hate to be the fly in the ointment, but I'd like to know more about what's going to happen, where and when. I'd like to know about the sewer system because it's going to be attached to the school system, which could also cause quite a problem depending on what the school system does. So I think we put the cart before the horse on this thing, and that's just my opinion. And I'll let it go with that.
So our staff is certainly sensitive to that, and that's an understandable position to have, for certain. These types of questions certainly come up during the public hearing for the rezoning, but the reality is, to my knowledge, I don't know of any instances, certainly during my tenure here, where we've had fully engineered drawings submitted by an applicant prior to a public hearing for the rezoning.
That's why our watersheds are messed up.
Okay, Jeremiah, and the last thing I'll say, and I'll be still after that, is that if your traffic engineer doesn't know the difference between north and south and east and west, we got a problem.
Okay, any additional questions for Jeremiah? Okay, we'll move on to the applicant. If the applicant would state your name and have your team come up and state their names?
You want each of the individuals to come up as well?
Yes,
Okay.
come up as a team.
First of all, thank you, Chair, Commission, Planning Board, staff. We've been working on this for 2 years, and I'll introduce, is it okay if they just wave instead? Because I
That's
don't
fine.
think there's enough chairs. I'm Ken Holbrooks. This is my business partner, Tom Waters, here. We have a team of other consultants sitting on this first row over here. We have Nick Burns, our TIA consultant. We have Weston Elia, who are the engineering side, and then we have Rob and John, who'll be on our legal side, that can answer questions as we go. And I look forward to answering your question earlier, because we have done preliminary design and worked with the county for 2 years on water and sewer, as well as a voluntary development agreement that we provided that would commit us to the financial, the technical, all the things you're wanting to know about that. So we can certainly answer those. Let me make sure I've got this. All right, so skipped ahead a little bit. This is our team that I've introduced already. Whether it helps or not, Tom and I have not been doing this just a few years. We have 85 years of experience behind us. We've actually been award-winning in many communities for quite some time. So this is not our first rodeo, and we really enjoy the opportunity to take properties like this and make something very creative out of it. So let's get started. First of all, I don't think it's complicated. I think a lot of people in this room already know where Iron Gate is, but I thought it was worth touching on this a little bit. We'll even come back and talk the north, south, east, west thing, because I think there's a little confusion, and Nick can hit that as well. We're at the really weirdest spot on 73, where it's the one spot it doesn't exactly go east-west, so I know that was confusing at the neighborhood meeting, so we can address that. I don't think the actual road improvements called out are wrong, but I think that's the confusion that's come up over time. So I need to ask a favor. If she's going to speak the entire time I'm talking, that's going to be a problem. I can't even finish a sentence without her giving me a response. Can we?
So let's keep our comments, like we said earlier. People are going to say things that you don't want to hear. They're going to say things that you do want to hear. Please be respectful. Let the speaker speak. If you're signed up to speak, you will be given your opportunity to say your piece. We do not want to be here all night.
Thank you.
So, thank you.
Thank you. So let's dive in. This has been a 2-year in making process. When you are granted the opportunity, and the family that's here, and we can come to their historical background in the area later, you as a developer look at 2 things. You look at the features of the property, the wonderful creek system, the topography, all the things that are the blank canvas that goes into a development. That's the technical side. On the other side, at least my right here, you are looking at the paper side, which is what does the jurisdiction want with the property? So you have to go in, meet with staff, you look at their guidelines. And so for you guys, the good news is just a few years ago, you worked on a wonderful 2043 future land use plan that guides developers. If you read through it, which I'm sure everybody has, I know it was passed by this board, with community involvement, a great amount. So I'm sure everybody in here knows the plan pretty well, but that's what guides us. That's what we go by. So when we went into that, the wonderful thing about that plan is it's well-written. World-class consultant puts it on, and here is the residential things that they asked for in that 2043 plan that you look at and do as part of your land planning exercise. The first one here, it wants you to go through and look at what a durable neighborhood is, what neighborhoods want, and it calls it out in terms of amenities, multiple product lines, well-done parks. It wants open space. It wants lots of backed up into open space. It wants those things done for the community to be viable. The next one, they also want you to go through and look at the different zoning categories. They're not looking for one lot size. They're looking for multiple. We have 3 product lines in here, home sites, however you want to look at it. And they also give you a density range. In this case, the 1.35 is the average of a 3/4 acre lot. We're under that. We're at 1.22 and down from the community meeting where people saw a different plan that we've improved upon. The next thing is they want you to look at transportation. That's a big discussion, everybody here. I know there's been discussion already on the days about it. We've gone out, we've done a traffic impact analysis. It was done, it was modified, it's been approved. We don't get to be a part of it. It is a county, a DOT, the staff, they review it, they tell us what we do. We'll go into details in a minute, but it, as Jeremiah already pointed out, it has a traffic signal, has a large roundabout. It actually has turn lanes for each intersection. And once again, we can go into the greater details in a minute, but once again, meeting that or exceeding that is part of your objectives in your strategic plan. We then go into how you're going to deal with the internal and moving traffic around in there. Jeremiah alluded to it. You have an extensive link nodes, how you deal with traffic within, how you deal with emergency management. We've gone through that. We've actually done more access points to the property. We've actually dealt with stream crossings so that we're doing bottomless culverts to actually be environmentally sensitive, and we've made sure that we have extra access points across that property to make sure that the emergency services would be happy, for instance. In this case, it's also a matter of, back to that amenitized thing, you want good parks, you want connectivity to that, sidewalks, hiking trails, walking trails within the community. This community has, other than the over 250 acres of non-disturbed open space in this property, cannot be disturbed. It's one of the wonderful things of your ordinance. I do a lot of work around the Southeast, and I can tell you, you're one of the only ones, if not the only one, that does that. That's wonderful. It's great for the environment. Plenty of places, it says open space, you can do whatever you want in it. You cannot touch yours. That is non-denuded open space. On top of that, we actually have something Tom and I do in all of our communities, where every house is within a certain distance of a amenitized park. We'll get to some pictures of that in a minute. That's part of what this, what we meet on this objective here within your plan. Going to the next thing, we talked a little bit about buffers. I can show those in detail in a minute. We have extended our buffers. It was one of the constructive comments that came out of the neighborhood meeting. Plenty of folks said, hey, we'd really like to not see the property as much. We went in, your buffers are 50 feet. Everywhere we could, we doubled those. There are a few places where there's pinch points, someone else's property, then they're only 75 feet. We've gone at least 50%, if not double those buffers. And when we do that, almost all of those are vegetated, and it's about 80% that qualify for that. Next, the housing stock, and it's going to be a good discussion tonight, because within your own ordinance, within that zoning category, you're looking for multiple types. This board actually last year went back and put a zoning category in place last fall that allows senior housing. That's one of the ones that we're exercising within this. We have two others that are in this as well, so that you have a active adult component and then two traditional single-family detached components. Once again, looking for a variation in housing stock, and that's what we've done here. So this is another one where a lot of discussion. Heck, I watch the evening news. I've seen it as well. People, hey, we want to have the environment preserved on this property. The difference between this and large lots is we're probably saving about 100 acres of non-denuded area just from septic tanks. If you were to do this traditionally, 100 acres of deforested area for that. On this property, we have at least 50% open space. That's 250 acres. We can do the math on the 507. We've increased our buffers. We've discussed that. We've made sure that we put our, at least our one amenity is going to be right there by this wonderful pond that the family named Christ Pond years ago. We have community walking trails, and once again, we have large buffers. Once again, meeting your objective 5.4, if not exceeding it. So someone asked about the UDO. This is the data. This is part of what's been pulled off of that site plan and that we are held to. This gives you the lot sizes. This gives you criteria. Actually, on the site plan, that's even more detailed. It gives you setbacks, et cetera. That's codified and it's laid out, and it's part of our application, and it's also part of what we will be held to. We love that. That's exactly what we put in there, and we stand by it. Here's the site plan. Finally getting to that after all of those criteria, the natural features, the information given to you, given to us by your 2043 plan and staff, and here's what we've come to. We have three different product lines. We have the orange, more orange, it's active adult. Actually, I don't know if my pointer matters because you are looking at that screen, aren't you? The orange is our active adult, that's 55 and older, just so everybody knows. It is deed restricted to people that are only over those ages that live there. Then we have more traditional housing, which is that more canary yellow. And then we have the blue, which is our larger, more estate lot section, ending up three different product lines. So just to rehash, your density that you have for this is a maximum of 1.35. We're within that, well within that at 1.22. We have met the open space requirement. We're over 50% of open space that you require in the zoning category. Our lot size is actually 30% or so larger than the ones that you require. We also have 70% of those back up to open space. That's a very big deal for us. We want that non-denuded area to be something that's for the community and then individual lots. We have done 5 access points versus 3. That's an important one. That's not only something that helps out EMS, it's just better for the community at large to mitigate more traffic situation. We then have we just did a buffer calculation just to show there's 48 acres just of the property alone, 10% of the property that's literally put off as buffers to keep us, so people on the outside of the property or other property owners have a much harder time seeing us. They're mainly 100 feet, but some of them are down to 75 feet. Once again, 75 feet. I probably could guess maybe it's a little bit beyond you guys up on the days at this point. So let's get into some of the more pretty attractive things at this point. The property is owned by a family that has been here for quite some time. They trace their roots back to 1805. They are certainly a group that the McPila Church, they were some of the founders. They actually have relatives buried there. They built Vesuvius, which is part of what our original reason for naming this Iron Gate. The reason it's Iron Station is because the iron ore that's in the area. Many people talk at the community meeting about their water situation. Many of the reasons you have red in your water is because of the iron ore in the area. These are monuments that we are looking to put in as you get to our committee, to that park area across the street, as you get into kind of towards our committee. That whole area on the corner there is a 5-acre park that will not be developed. Oh, there it is. Next, here is our amenity and our amenity concepts. We will have a amenity that overlooks the lake that's on the property. Truly, there are lakes and there are ponds. This is a lake. It's a beautiful location. It's a beautiful opportunity. And these are a list of some of the items that we plan on programming into our amenities. I mentioned earlier, not only do we have that 250 acres of open space, we also have 20 of these smaller pocket parks within the community that will be amenitized with fireplaces or dog walking, benches. It depends on, active adult has a little bit different criteria than maybe a single-family detached community might, but that's what we want to have, is we want to have amenitized areas that everybody's close to. Actually, a couple, one at each end will probably be the mail kiosk, because that's required today, and we'll make those into parks as well, so that you have the ability to come in, get your mail, meet your neighbors, and go from there. So let's get into the architecture. So always a discussion, and want to make sure that we've hit that. Once again, 3 different product lines. Here is our age-restricted product line. Obviously, a lot more of those are going to be 1.5 story. That's a buyer that typically, oddly enough, doesn't like stairs, but at the same time, they always want to have bonus rooms and other things upstairs for visitors and whatnot. That's what you'll see in this slide. They end up with, on a square footage basis, it ends up being a little bit higher because they look for higher level amenities within. I actually meet the criteria now, so I kind of get it, I guess. Second, the 70-foot lots. This is going to be more of your traditional homes. This is going to be the bulk of the buyers. It hits a wider age bracket, a wider demographic bracket, so you can see a little sample of the product that you would have there. And then last but not least, we have our more estate lots, 100-foot lots, side load, more spacing between the houses, and you can see the elevations from a street level here. So we discussed water and sewer, perfect timing. So there is no water down this area, so we are going to be putting in nearly 3 miles of water at our expense. It will have to be permitted, approved by not only the county, but on the state level. So we have professional engineers that do that work. It's approved by different groups, local and state, to make sure that those are put in. We put it in our cost and then donate it to you, just like we would the roads. But it's nearly 3 miles, and you can see on it's the lighter blue on there, I guess more water line color. That shows where that water line will be coming in. And then there was a discussion on sewer. So sewer is interesting, and part of the reason we've spent a couple of years with the county on that is the county has a little bit of a sewer issue on 73 currently. Oddly enough, you don't have enough flow. So it gets to the top of the hill there, and during the summer when school's out, because it mainly serves 3 schools west of here, and those 3 schools trying to get down to Denver, it struggles across the top with flow. Jonathan or one of the other people can probably explain it better technically. So one of the things that we're doing is we are going to route that sewer into a manhole, bring it down to our lift station, part of the reason we have the first of 2, and then that first one will be taken out later. But that lift station will take that in, then lift it back up to 73, so that it then goes down. So that will actually create a solved solution for a head issue that you have on 73. The second thing, it was mentioned a minute ago, we will be putting in the ability for the school to tie into a lift station. Right now, there is nothing down there for that school site. I don't know if it ends up being, it's 35 acres. I'm not sure what they end up wanting to build there, but we are actually stubbing out for them to be able to put that in and allow them to have capacity. So we are offering that up as a future opportunity for the school to utilize. So I don't know, did that help answer a little bit of the water and sewer, sir? Okay. If not, I mean, I'm here for questions. So let's get into the traffic study. Jeremiah said it, and I understand exactly why he didn't want to go through it in too much detail. It's onerous. It's a pretty long block of stuff. Once again, this is something that is scoped and designed by others. We have volunteered to do a development agreement that will tie the water and sewer, our phasing, as well as the traffic study, so that we sign that, and it's a part of our zoning, it's part of our deed, it's part of our process. And we've sent that to staff, and I think the county attorney has a copy as well. I know it's not done at this point, but we're very behind the opportunity to have that, and you guys agree to it, and I do not want anyone ever thinking that we're not paying our fair share on this. So I don't know that anybody wants to go through everything in detail, but I do have pictures. On the left-hand side, you have the wonderful ones that a traffic engineer does that, for me at least, are not as clear as the one on the right, which is more of an aerial. That shows you that intersection of Tucker's Grove, Beth Haven Church, and 73, where a light will go in, turn lanes will happen. We will then be doing a roundabout down on our park property that will actually be mitigating a large concern at the intersection there. It's now a four-way stop. I know that DOT has told us multiple times the issues they've had there in terms of accidents over the years. This also is there for mitigating traffic. And then I'll quickly go through, because these are a little less exciting. Each of our entrances has mitigated turn lanes so that we don't slow traffic down as you go into each of our entrances. But one thing that's important to point out in the traffic study, and this gets missed oftentimes, and I certainly will defer to Nick if he wants to come up here and speak on it. When you do a traffic study, you're not only looking at your traffic improvements, which we have gone through the process of working on and are willing to commit to over mitigating those, not just what we need to do, but over mitigating, even in terms of time and scope. But also when you study those, you study background. Background is everybody in this audience who is driving in that area right now. That's called into it. So we are mitigating the current background level along with our traffic level. And so that's why that traffic study is so important. And we should definitely discuss it if there's concern, because we spend a lot of effort on that. I know we had a discussion earlier that what is in it for the county? Well, oftentimes that gets missed. There's going to be 618 homes there. They do pay taxes. They're future residents. And on an annualized basis at the most conservative level of housing price, it's $2.25 million a year that goes into the coffers of the county. As you collect water and sewer fees, and it goes back to Mr. Sess's comment on the water and sewer, you literally are collecting review fees. We're dedicating that to you so that you can then collect $4.25 million in other fees, in tap fees from the builder and developer. So this is not exactly just a free thing. We are handing free infrastructure, and then we are allowing that to be paid for over time. It does actually benefit the community as a whole. So just to recap what we've been discussing, we've spent 2 years on this property. This has not been done in a vacuum. This has been done with a lot of time, a lot of consultants, a lot of conversations with staff, a lot of trying to figure out what's best on this property. It's been carefully deliberated on our part. We went through a community meeting. We have changed this plan quite a bit from the time we were at the community meeting. I can't make it go away like I think some of the people in the room would want, but what we want, we have done an awful lot to improve upon. We exceed your standards from your 2043 plan as well as your UDO. We have at least 50% open space. We have these parks. We have done a traffic impact analysis. We have done a water and sewer analysis multiple times of preliminary engineering with the county. We are willing to not only design that, dedicate that, but also do a voluntary development agreement to make sure that you feel comfortable with some of the questions you had earlier. And last but not least, I can't read the bottom, so I guess we'll lose that. We actually, the property actually, what it's really saying is the property meets those intended circumstances because your comprehensive land plan, if you really read it, is meant to be a conservation subdivision. Once again, I watch the news, I've seen some of the comments. A lot of people, rightfully so, are concerned about the environment here. We are saving 50% non-denuded area of trees. We are putting in bottomless culverts to make sure we don't impact those streams. We are going the extra mile to make sure we have done those things environmentally. We've put some of that in buffers as well. So we believe that we've gotten to the spot that will make you happy.
All right, thank you.
Can I reserve some time for later? Because I know there'll be quite a few people, and I don't want you to forget who I am after they speak.
Well, yeah, we'll give you some time. So, do any planning board members have any questions right now? Go ahead, Alex.
So if I heard you right, your road improvements are in 4 phases?
I believe so, yes, sir.
Okay, so my question is, have you secured or got written approval or anything for all the right-of-ways you'll need to do all those road improvements?
We feel very comfortable that we have the right-of-way for those improvements, yes, sir.
That didn't really answer my question. Have you secured or got written promises from those folks saying that you can in fact do those road improvements when the time comes? We have people build developments and then come back to us and say, well, we couldn't get the right of way to do that road improvement.
I heard one earlier, I understand you.
Yeah,
We have
exactly.
meticulously redesigned multiple times to make sure that we have the right-of-way secured for what we need. So you don't, at this stage, I mean, frankly, to get right-of-way, you usually have to hand a check. We have talked to those people we need right-of-way from. We have had a handshake agreement, but no. Could they die tomorrow or move on? No, that could happen. But the bottom line is, you don't normally do those agreements and pay for them at this point, because, I mean, I don't know where I am with you on this process. So that would be a little cart before the horse, I think was what someone said earlier. So no, but we don't plan on coming back, or if we do, I mean, do I really want to go through this process again? I really understand that if you approve me tonight, that's my right of way, that's the improvements I have to do, and we're here to stand behind that. Does that, I mean, I don't know how to answer any better. I mean, typically in a process, you would not secure those right of ways at this stage.
That's not what I'm asking, though. Have you got the commitments from those folks to secure those right of ways?
I have handshake agreements with folks to secure right of ways, so. But that, I mean, I don't know what to tell you. I mean, there's no other jurisdiction that's going to ask you to have the right-of-ways in hand before you give me zoning. If you change my entrance tonight, I've just secured zoning right-of-ways that I didn't need. So I kind of need to have an answer. That's why when we talked about water and sewer, when we talked about other engineering things, we have already engineered all those turn lanes. We have engineered all those areas, just like we did water and sewer, to know exactly what we need in terms of right-of-way. And we've spoken to those people about that right-of-way. But I'm not going to go and pay them for that right away at this point. So
That wasn't what I asked. I asked if you had a commitment,
But that's how
verbal or in writing, that you can get those
we have had verbal, yes, sir.
Okay.
Okay. So I have a question. Off of Mount Zion Church Road, I'm thinking that's phase 4 of your project. Is there not a landfill somewhere in that area?
There is a 5-acre state-regulated area down there that's in the common open space. Is not, we've spoken to the state. There's no, at no point do we touch that landfill. We don't grade into it. We don't have lots in it. We don't have anything of it other than common open space. And frankly, if you tell me you don't want that to be common open space, fine, we'll take it out. We're so far ahead of the open space, it'll be fine. But we've left it in there for the moment. I'm having a hard time, IT, am I back to the beginning? Sorry. I don't know what I did. I'm sorry, did that answer your question? Sorry, behind you was blinking stuff and it was hard to concentrate.
You're fine. So with that landfill, you said it's 5 acres. Or what are you going to do, or what are you proposing to keep people kind of out of that area to a certain extent? Do you know if it's lined? I know it's state regulated and everything. Y'all have wells for groundwater? Or what are y'all going to do with that piece of property?
We're going to follow exactly what the state asked us to follow, and right now they've not asked for anything additional in terms of wells. They told us to stay out of it, to protect it so that nothing's being done there, which we would put deed restrictions on to make sure nobody touched that area, and that's it. And I mean, it's an inert landfill. Basically what we're told is, I mean, the environmental reports, which we have 2, have said it's chicken bones, but you treat it like the state has made nonchalant about it, but we've basically said, we're going to treat it like it's whatever and make sure nothing happens in that area.
Okay. Any additional questions?
Andrew, what do they have to do about it at landfill? I mean, they have to cover the thing up, they have to close it off, to put the tops on it like we do? Not us. Okay.
Well, and to answer your question, the state has already told the property owner, it's been, I mean, they've known about, the state has known about it for 20 years. It's already been dealt with in that capacity, and we have environmental reports that we could certainly provide for that. So that's, I mean, we're buying a property that has a landfill on it. I promise I would not be doing this, and my bank would certainly not be giving money for something they felt uncomfortable with, if that makes sense. So,
Yeah, so that answers my question. Thank you.
Okay.
All right. Any other questions for the applicants before we open the public hearing? All right, thank you.
Thank you.
I will now open the public hearing for PD 2026-2, Old Plank First to speak is Cheryl Richardson. Yes, sir.
We have found a set of keys. Would you have to leave a Hyundai Master Beagle, a member of the YMCA? They're mine.
Oh, you're fine, you're fine. We want everybody going home tonight, so. Cheryl Richardson.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Cheryl Richardson, and I live off of Altman Way, which is in Prentice Lane, off of Prentice Lane and Iron Station. The speakers who follow me this evening will address rules, regulations, density, traffic impacts, and other very important technical details. But before we get into all that fun stuff, I want to explain to you the why this matters to the people who live here, and why our community is engaged and committed to preserving our way of life in Iron Station. I mentioned I live off of Prentice Lane. Well, Prentice Lane is a dirt road that's named after my grandparents, and it's the same dirt road that I've lived on for all of my 51 years. We've raised our boys on Prentice Lane and live just a quick walk from where my parents still live and from where I grew up. In 1964, my grandfather, Mr. Prentice, purchased a 233-acre tract of land that is adjacent to the 507 acres that Iron Gate developers want to destroy. My grandfather subdivided those 233 acres into large acre tracts. These tracts are home to my neighbors like Mr. Smith, Mr. Stewart, Mr. Cudd, Mr. Harkey, and they've all owned that land since my grandfather developed it. That's right, folks. I guess you could say I'm the granddaughter of a developer. But my grandfather cared about the environment and his neighbors. He placed restrictions on the tracts to defend wildlife habitats, uphold responsible environmental rights, and maintain large lot density. His restrictions weren't barriers. They were promises to future generations. He created for us a rural way of life where we had neighbors, but we couldn't see them through the trees. And most importantly, my grandparents loved and respected their property. They lived and died on their land. They were vastly different from the developers that you see here today. This large lot density is a luxury that draws many to Iron Station. As a matter of fact, why don't we take a quick little poll? For all of my Iron Station neighbors who are here with us tonight, if your property is 3/4 acres or more, would you please raise your hands? How about if your property is 2 acres or more, would you raise your hands? And lastly, if you live in Iron Station and have owned your property for 15 years or more, would you please raise your hand? Commissioners, these Iron Station neighbors and I are here tonight to make sure you understand one simple thing. Saying yes to Iron Gate would mean a forced cultural change to our rural, large lot, multi-generational community. Iron Gate and its developers do not fit in Iron Station. We say no, and we are counting on you to say no as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, Gene Lathan.
Good evening. Thank you for listening to me, Commissioners. We're passing out a letter to each of you, and this letter is in reference to PD number 2026-2, the application from Old Plank Holdo Co. LLC, and a conditional for a conditional rezoning. I want to read this letter to you because I don't know if you feel this way, but I feel like I've just sat through a timeshare presentation. I think somebody's trying to sell me something from the South somewhere, you know? Let's start talking about what's really going on. I want to read this letter to you. I hope you've got a copy of that. You can kind of look at it along with me. It says, "Dear Lincoln County Board of Commissioners and Planning Board members, our firm has been retained to represent the interest of Lincoln County citizens who oppose this application. We believe this application should be denied for several reasons. One, including violating the county UDO violating the state commission, and subverting the county's own interest. First, the application does not meet the UDO. The application fails to meet the plan department district standards in the UDO section 2.4.9, which are required for all development approvals. There's a failure to consider character of the surrounding land uses. The planned development must be compatible with the character of the surrounding land uses and maintain and enhance the value of surrounding properties. UDO section 2.4.9A and 2. This application materials do not discuss the character of the surrounding land uses in sufficient detail to allow the board to determine this. In fact, the character proposed in the application is vastly different from the surrounding character, and the directly adjoining properties, lots are significantly larger than those proposed in the application. The surrounding properties are clear evidence that the proposed lots are too small and dense for the local character, which demonstrates a lack of consideration for the surrounding area. Secondly, there's incomplete design guidelines and dimensional standards. The UDO requires a comprehensive set of design guidelines that specifically surrounding properties.
Okay, sir, that's your 3 minutes. We have a copy of this, and we can finish. We'll finish.
I did ask for 5.
I told everybody when we started, you was gonna get 3 minutes unless you're speaking for a group. So if you're speaking, you didn't,
I'm
when you came.
speaking for a group.
Well, who was your group?
Would you stand?
So, okay, hold on. Understand, I will give you time, I will give you time to finish, but if anybody that's standing up,
Yep.
you're speaking for that group, if they come to the podium, they're not gonna be given time, they're forfeiting their 3 minutes as an individual. Okay, so, everybody understand that? So, okay, we'll continue, go ahead.
Okay.
I mean, we have the letter, I mean, don't take me
Yes,
wrong,
sir.
I appreciate
We
what
sent that
what you're-
because we
what you're
we
doing,
want to
but I
make
mean,
sure you get this.
We have
information.
it, and
Yes,
we
sir.
have an email, but, I mean, where it was emailed to us as well.
Yeah.
And we have this.
Okay.
So, like I said, I will give you your other 2 minutes to continue reading for the
All right.
group, but I want everybody to understand, if you step up to the podium and you were one of the ones that just stood up, you are forfeiting your right to speak as an individual.
Okay.
Okay? Continue, sir.
The UDO requires a comprehensive set of design guidelines that specifically demonstrate the project will be appropriate within the context of the surrounding properties and the larger community. However, the application materials have no explanation how the project will be appropriate either in the context of the surrounding properties or in the larger communities. Under the ordinance, this board is required to consider this rezoning in its surrounding context, and this omission in the application makes that impossible here. There is sidewalk construction in undisturbed buffers. The UDO requires a minimum 50-foot undisturbed buffer and 5-foot exterior sidewalls. The applicant proposes paving those sidewalls through undisturbed buffer, which would defeat the purpose of the buffer being undisturbed and would violate the UDO. There is disproportionate buffers for the size of the proposal. The Board of Commissioners has the discretion to require additional buffer space under UDO Section 2.4.9B and 3. In this case, additional buffers would be appropriate for the scale and intensity of the proposed use. Our understanding of that scheme of volume of this proposal could drastically multiply the area of population So this board should require larger buffers to insulate the pre-existing residents from those effects. This proposed site shows variable buffers with widths ranging from 50 to 100 feet. If this project is approved, we would request a condition on approval that requires a minimum of 100-foot buffers
Okay,
along
sir.
the project line.
Thank you.
All right.
That's 5 minutes, thank you. All right, next, Merle Byrd.
Just gonna be handing out some packets, and I do have a slideshow as well. I'm speaking on behalf of a group of longtime Iron Station neighborhood residents. You guys understand? I do have a laser pointer, but I don't want to blind y'all because our orientation's a bit different this evening. So in your packets, there'll be some, it's similar to the slides that are up behind you, but it has a little more detail. So my name is Megan Bird, and my husband and I have lived in the Sigmund Farms. Oh, am I allowed to go? Okay, all right. My husband and I have lived in Sigmund Farms neighborhood for over 18 years. We chose this location intentionally for the open space and natural beauty, obviously something that it's a preference that many of our Iron Station neighbors share. This evening, we are not asking you to decide if Iron Gate is a well-designed PDR development. Ken obviously walked through it, and they've designed exactly what the PDR ordinance allows. The question is much simpler. It is PDR the appropriate zoning designation for this property? We believe that the following data shows that it is not, by demonstrating that the PDR zoning and the proposed plan do not satisfy the 4 principles set forth by the county's own guiding documents that you see before you. This area is considered rural, which might suggest that there's very little development already here, but that is simply not true. If we look in the immediate vicinity of the proposed Iron Gate property, we find 18 established residential developments, along with numerous large lot home sites outside of subdivisions. These neighborhoods shown on the map were called out because they directly border Iron Gate and/or they share one of its access roads. These neighborhoods represent decades of development, and together they establish a well-defined pattern. Let's take a look. Across these 18 neighborhoods, there are fewer homes combined than in Iron Gate alone. The largest surrounding neighborhood occupies less than half of the footprint of Iron Gate. So even with the 50% open space that they are promising, they are still developing more acreage into home sites than the total size of any surrounding neighborhood. The scale alone is extraordinary. In every one of the 18 surrounding neighborhoods, the average lot size exceeds 1 acre. Iron Gate's average lot size is less than 1/4 of an acre. Even more striking, 309 Iron Gate homes on 0.15 acre home sites will sit directly across the street from a neighborhood where every lot must be at least 5 acres. This contrast is difficult to describe as compatible. The gross density in every one of these 18 neighborhoods is less than 1 unit per acre. When you average it across all 18, it actually hovers just around half a unit per acre, while Iron Gate's is more than double that. As you can see, the established overall development pattern is remarkably consistent, but very different from Iron Gate's proposed plan. Now, this data may seem contradicted by one of planning staff's statements of reasonableness, so it's important to dig into that. In the staff statement shown here, a range of densities of up to 1.71 units per acre is referenced in order to justify Iron Gate's higher density design. Although not untrue, we believe this is very misleading. If you look at the green in the upper corner, there's a 7-acre and an 18-acre development that they are using as a precedent for a 507-acre development. We would argue that these absolutely do not establish that precedent. What's more, these examples only have higher density on paper. As built, and they have been here for decades, as you can see by their established dates, They actually have gross densities of less than 1 unit per acre. So in reality, they also uphold the low density pattern. One other statement that is of concern from planning staff, it cites this additional landscape buffer on the Iron Gate plan as evidence that the proposal is appropriate because it provides additional separation from surrounding neighborhoods. Isn't additional separation a bit contradictory? If the proposal is truly compatible with its surroundings, why is additional separation needed? Compatibility should come from appropriate scale and design, not from hiding one neighborhood from another. This area is not waiting to become a community. It already is one. The long-established development pattern is clear. The question before you is whether changing the property to PDR preserves that pattern or disrupts it. Based on the county's standards, the proposed development is fundamentally incompatible with the established density and character of the surrounding area, which consists of homes on large lots. This was one finding of fact for the denial of Ballard Oaks, which is a stone's throw away, and it absolutely applies to Iron Gate as well. We respectfully ask you to vote no on this rezoning request and uphold the county's own principles for development. And I'm so happy that Ken showed their streetscapes, because these are the streetscapes that actually exist in Iron Station, and they look nothing alike. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Next, we have Cassidy Beam. Next, Cassidy Beam.
Oh, Cassidy, I thought I was after Megan.
And I do have 5 minutes. I'm speaking on behalf of a group, my grandparents here.
Have them stand up, please.
Yeah, have the group stand up.
Can you stand? Oh, okay. Well, will you stand? Thank you. Thank you.
So we have one? Oh, two,
Yeah.
okay. Three.
And for a separate time, I think it would be great to allow citizens more time to speak, at least equivalent to what developers are doing. But
Go ahead.
I'm ready. All right. Good evening, everyone. My name is Cassidy Beam. I reside at 3734 Asbury Church Road in Lincoln. The two wonderful people behind me that I'm here to speak on behalf of happen to be my grandparents and live at 5537 Prentice Lane and have been there for my entire life. Through my studies at NC State University, where I obtained my degree in leadership in the public sector, as well as more than a decade of working with public school systems across the nation, advising them on operational decisions, I've become pretty familiar with the complexities of high-impact decisions like the one you all are making here with Iron Gate. Believe it or not, I actually want to acknowledge the developers. I want to acknowledge the planning board for all the hard work, funding, time that you've put into this. However, through my experience, I've also realized a crucial but very important mistake. Some projects are just not a fit. Not every proposal can work because it's made to work. And in the case of Iron Gate, I don't believe it's ever been a fit for Iron Station or Lincoln County to begin with. I've got 3 major points that I'd like to quickly cover here with you in the time that I have. The developer noted that they've exceeded our UDO and planning documentation. However, they missed one glaring error here. The Unified Development Ordinance requires more than just compliance with technical standards. It requires harmony with the surrounding area. This is clearly defined in Lincoln County's UDO, Section 9, Article 9.11, that it will be in harmony with the area in which it is to be located. Currently, as you've seen, the area is defined by rural landscapes, rural 2-lane highways, large home lots, and farmland. My question is simply this: does a 618 home subdivision truly seem harmonious with the area under the standards that we have set as Lincoln County? My second point, are we applying those standards consistently? As Megan referenced, the board recently determined a 40-lot conservation subdivision, Ballard Oaks, did not satisfy the standards for approval. Commissioner Patton cited the following rationale for your denial, and I quote, "The proposed development is fundamentally incompatible with the established density and character of the surrounding area, which consists of homes on large lot. Now, Mr. Patton, let me say thank you for that denial. We fully support you in that. But we respectfully ask for you all to consider, again, how is a 618 home subdivision with substantially greater infrastructure, traffic, and land use impacts, how has that been recommended by the planning board with those same standards applied? Tonight, I just simply ask the board to apply those same standards consistently. And then finally, I have a vested interest in the success of Lincoln County. I'm a mom of two, and I believe that the question isn't whether Lincoln County should grow, it's how it grows. You all have done an amazing job with the Blueprint 2043. An example of that completely conflicts with the Iron Gate proposal is strategy 5.4.4, which it says, ensure that new development near sites on the local and national historic registers does not detract from the viability and aesthetics of such sites. Yet here we have the Macpalis Presbyterian Church and Cemetery, built in the 1800s. It's on the National Registry of Historical Places, and it will now have a giant roundabout in front of it if Iron Gate were approved. I mean, it's kind of appalling. And it is on a portion of their grounds, parcel number 01879, as outlined in the developer's proposal. A traffic circle would not only introduce urban infrastructure to a historically rural site, but what precedent does that set for future developers seeking to come to Lincoln County and create these mass developments? Do we really want to be the experimental test case for Bayard Development's largest public portfolio project by far? This is on record the largest project they've ever done. And again, I don't know that we want to be that. Finally, again, if our rural landscapes, natural elements are overly developed, Tom Waters and Ken Holbrook said at our community meeting that future residents want to live in Iron Station because it provides a rural way of life and being close to Charlotte. But if all those elements are gone, where are they going to go? So thank you for your time. That's all I have.
Thank you. We're going to take a quick 2-minute break. And next up to speak will be Sherry Calkins. So we're going to take a quick 2-minute break.
Okay.
So.
And I will be speaking for a group also.
Andrew. Andrew, go get your planning board there in the kitchen.
Okay, if everybody could take their seat, we'll get started at the back. I've got everybody to keep these stuff in the All right, Sherry, the podium's yours.
You're missing someone.
That's the attorney.
Okay.
She doesn't get to vote on this.
And I'm speaking for a group, if my group wants to stand up.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay. Good evening. I'm Sherry Calkins, residing at 815 Mount Zion Church Road, and I'm speaking on behalf of Spring Creek Phase 1. Commissioners, have you done your due diligence regarding the developers Ken Holbrook's, Tom Watson, and many LLCs and corporations with which they are affiliated? A developer or builder is in good standing when they consistently fulfill legal obligations, maintain financial stability, and respect the local community. They must hold current, valid contractor licenses, have no active litigation, fraud judgments, or unresolved state board complaints. Financial reliability includes paying subcontractors, laborers, and material suppliers on time, securing performance bonds that guarantee project completion, and maintaining clear titles on properties without unexpected mechanics liens. I contend and will show that Ken Holbrooks and Tom Waters, known as the Bayard Group, have a proven track record in failing in each of the above categories. It's difficult to track their activities as their involvement is often hidden many layers deep. In fact, our group has compiled a list of at least 39 LLCs and corporations in which Holbrooks and Waters are either owners, partners, or are intimately involved. Many of us noticed at the original community informational meeting that while Mr. Holbrooks pretended to have the interests of the neighbors in mind, he in fact dodged questions, spoke in circles and falsehoods, and wrongfully denied his responsibility to provide legally required information, such as the TIA. To this date, we still have not seen the environmental study. None of us here in attendance today did have time to sit through the entirety of the legal issues and cases against the entities headed by Holbrooks and Waters. However, I can certainly bring a few to your attention. Let's start with Appian Construction, LLC, a company involved with concrete, highway, and bridge construction. Ken Holbrooks is the registered agent, while his wife, Stephanie Ann Holbrooks, was installed as the chief financial officer. Stephanie Ann withheld nearly $250,000 in tax money from employees, but never remitted that money to the state. She pled guilty to 2 counts of felony tax charges, for which she was sentenced to 6 months of jail time, probation, and community service. Next, we have the Highlands of Lake Norman, developed by Tom Waters of Provident Development Group. When the neighborhood's infrastructure was being finalized, Provident defaulted on its financial obligations to complete and fund essential neighborhood roadway upgrades and local infrastructure. I felt very bad about it, owner Tom Waters told the Charlotte Observer. We were victims of the recession, and as much as I'd like to do about it, we don't have the resources. It hit every one of our properties. Weddington Green was a fiercely fought proposed subdivision in Union County. Emails obtained through public records show that Tom Waters received guidance from the mayor and a council member on how to phrase aspects of the development proposal. While town leaders had publicly stated they had no prior knowledge of the project, emails showed Waters had met with the mayor months earlier, contradicting those statements. Interestingly enough, members of our group here today have uncovered questionable emails between Tom Waters and county employees. A Facebook post from Save Weddington alleged that an investigation through the North Carolina Administrative Office of the Courts has uncovered that Tom Waters and his affiliated companies currently have over $10 million in unpaid judgments. There have been over 150 civil actions across Mecklenburg and surrounding counties, wherein Mr. Waters and his affiliated companies are named as defendants. Foreclosure actions make up more than 25 of these filings. I have been unable to verify this exact number, since according to AI, the number derives from any number of county-level judgment records. I have searched the North Carolina Judicial Branch portal and have found innumerable cases against the developers, ranging from claims of lien, tax delinquency, and money owed. These cases span several counties. In my introduction, I stated a critical component of any developer, and certainly of one undertaking a project the size of Iron Gate, as being financial reliability. Is the board aware of the Homestead Village LLC bankruptcy case? On October 22, 2024, Chapter 11 bankruptcy proceedings were filed in the Eastern District of North Carolina for Homestead Village LLC, which is affiliated with Thomas Waters of Provident Development Group. Court records show the company had limited assets between $50,000 and $100,000, but liabilities between $10 and $50 million, creating an unsustainable balance.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. That was your 5 minutes. Next, Don Miller.
Thank you for the opportunity to address this commission tonight. I'm Don Miller. I live at 815 Mount Zion Church Road in Iron Station. My land attaches to the proposed Iron Gate subdivision. 33 years ago, I lived in the cesspool of Charlotte, North Carolina. My mom, my brother, and myself determined that it was no place to live. We sought out an area we could live without the trash and the stress of the Charlotte life and those who find it acceptable. We settled in Iron Station, where I purchased 22 acres. I hand-built my log home, and I made a home for my family that's in the harmony of this community. Our community now finds itself challenged by outsiders who want to change our way of life into the crowded, stressed style of Charlotte, Huntersville, Cornelius, Matthews, and Mint Hill, etc. In researching these developers' way of doing business, one quickly sees issues that tells us we don't want this element in our neighborhood. Associated with the land they wish to develop is a non-regulated landfill which was shut down in 1972 without cleanup. The state investigated it and determined that the landfill was bulldozed over without concern as to the disposition of the materials left behind. The summary report states that chicken processing waste, as well as solid waste and chemical waste, could be buried within the landfill. I have spoken to the North Carolina Department of Environmental Quality and Terracon concerning the testing of the landfill. We find that the initial testing of the 16 wells within the 1,000-foot perimeter they put will reach its priority level to be done in 2 years from now. This communication has been given to the Lincoln County Manager as late as May 2026. The communication states that the hazards can be present and the need to contact the NCDEQ prior to imminent plans to develop the property. Names and conditions and contact numbers are supplied. My concern is that if we don't investigate this before they start, what's going to happen afterwards and they get into it and they do disturb it. And now my well has a problem. Or they find out in 2 years that my well has a problem and they don't have the money to fix it. So what I'm asking is that we delay it till we get this investigation completed. The wells, my wells checked. I've got 2 of them within this. And the fact that if we find that there's a problem, it's got to be mitigated, I want that kind of money set into a bond. I don't want to find out whenever they're in phase 4 that I have a problem that they cannot take care of. I don't find that as acceptable. I'm in agreement with the question of, another thing is I'm in agreement with the question of have we looked and asked people about the rights to have right-of-way. I saw him have a drawing up there where he was taking the water across my property. I explained to him once before, their map is wrong. I have surveyed my property 3 times. He wants to take it down Mount Zion, across my property, onto his property. There will be a problem if y'all approve this and he comes and digs up my land.
All right, next, Bobby Harkey.
I'm Bobby Harkey, and I live on 370 Bavard Place Road. I've proudly lived there for 46 years. I bought my property from the Prentice, Agnes Prentice, and I bought it for one reason, because it was restricted. I've been looking after that property for 46 years. These folks that's saying that there's a nice lake there, it's actually wetland right now. It's drained, muskrats has ate the dam out, so, but that's beside the point. What's happening here is a smoke and mirrors game, and they are playing it really well. I taught math, and you can do anything with numbers. My number right now is 1 house per 6 acres. My neighbor has 9.9 acres. Now I know what you're thinking, 9.9, why would they do that? 1 house per 5 acres. Mr. Prentice did that on purpose. When I started looking after the property that's now looked after by John Stubbs, and John's a personal friend of mine. We got to have some words about him telling me that there's going to be some really high level housing being built there. I thought he was talking about an Arden Gate or a Sigmund Farms. I didn't think he was talking about this stuff. When you come up Bavard Place, I hope that, I'm speaking from the heart, folks. I don't have a speech. When I sit in Macpela Church, sunrise service, Ken says there's going to be a really nice, pretty roundabout. I want to see the sun come up, I don't want to see a roundabout built on historical property and around a historical church. This is Lincoln County. This is the oldest brick church in Lincoln County. We need to look at stuff like that and not all that money he says we're going to make. We need to look at what we're doing to the folks. These folks back here behind me, there is nobody here wants this development. If I gave somebody $10, there'd be one person that would complain about it and say, I want 20. There is no one that wants this development that I've talked to. I'm not talking from Bobby Harkey. I'm talking from Lincoln County residents. You can come up that road. There's beekeepers. There's a Packer farm. There's cabinet shops. There's a D6 provisionals that won all kinds of national records. That's downstream from this property. It concerns me. Common sense concerns. When somebody says something, I think, why did they do that? Ken says he's going to put water buffers, and he told WSOC he's going to do it because he said, I can hide it where they can't see it. Folks, if you got to hide it where you can't see it, it's not harmony. It's something different. I live in East Lincoln. I live at East Lincoln. I don't live in West Mecklenburg. And this is a West Mecklenburg development. I understand we got Trilogy, we got the farm, and we got Ingleside. Folks, it's like a dominoes game. They're trying to flip it. I think it stopped at Ballard Oaks. I think the domino didn't fall, and I hope it doesn't fall on us. Because if they do it with us, Then they will do it to Long Circle. Then they go do it to Divine Road. I'm concerned, Jeremiah mentioned several times, they have met the minimum. Let me tell you something, I'm a school teacher. Minimum is 70, that's a D. Folks, I don't want a doctor that graduated with a minimum degree. I want somebody that's done everything. They have dotted, listen, these folks have a lot of money. They've dotted their I's and crossed their T's. I understand that, Ken and Tom, I understand that. But when you came to meet me at my house and you said, everybody don't want large acreage, I looked around and I could see 8 or 10 of my neighbors, and we all bought large acreage, and people moving in wanted large acreage. I don't want a house with 5 feet in between them. From my house, I can look across the road and I'm going to see 300 houses, and they're stacked up on top of each other with a 5-foot yard. I guess that's nice. You can mow down one time and get all your yard mowed. I want to see and I'm going to stop, I want to see a garden. I want to see places that my grandkids can grow up.
All right, thank you. Next we have Justin Harkey. Justin Harkey.
Justin Harkey, 486 Brevard Place Road, Iron Station.
Justin.
Yeah.
I'm gonna give you 3 because you stood up.
Oh, I don't, yeah,
I got you. Go ahead.
Yeah, 3's all I need.
All right,
Yeah,
go
yeah.
ahead.
All right. I'd like to present some information regarding 6-inch sewer main line that Iron Gate proposes to tie into. The first is an email that I want to go over with from the county engineer, Jonathan Drzenovich, explaining why the Ballard Oak subdivision was not permitted to tie onto the sewer line. And so this is the email. While the county does have a 6-inch force main on Highway 73, there are several issues that will not allow the subdivision, and this is referring to Ballard Oak, to connect to the main. And this is the explanation of the issues. Number one, Ballard Oak subdivision sits at the top of the drainage area. This means any pump station would only be able to serve that subdivision, and the county is not willing to take on the burden and maintenance of such a pump station to serve one subdivision. This means any collection system that is constructed will be a private system. Point number two, the county has stopped allowing interconnections between a force main. This practice increases the complexity of the collection system as changes in one pump station affects interconnected pump stations. Force main is already a high hazard force main due to its length. The issue is further not allowed because the state issue number one, any pump station will be privately maintained and the county would not have rights to change the pump station. Point number three, the county would not allow a repump in this station due to the pump station being required to be private. The county cannot put public sewer into a private main, and that's the end of the email. So my question is, either the county is willing to take on the burden of a pump station that will only serve one subdivision, which is Iron Gate in this case, which contradicts point number one on why they wouldn't allow Ballard Oak to tie in, or Iron Gate pump station is going to be considered private and the county is not allowed to put public sewer into a private main, as Jonathan stated in point number three. And since the sewer line is deemed to be a high hazard force main servicing 3 public schools, why would the county want to increase the complexity, according to Jonathan, of the system by installing an additional pump station? And that was point number two. And lastly, how can Iron Gate be approved to tie 618 homes into the same sewer line that Ballard Oak was denied tying 40 homes into? And then the second item I'd like to cover, just like some clarification in reference to an identical 6-inch force main line that runs on Highway 150. This line serves North Lincoln High School and only North Lincoln High School. And according to the East Lincoln County Water and Sewer District minutes from June 16, 2003, Commissioner Craig made a statement into the record that there's only capacity for 65 to 75 homes on this North Lincoln High School line. So it just makes me question how a 6-inch force main on Amity that services 3 schools has enough capacity to accommodate 618 additional homes when an identical force main on Highway 150 that only services 1 school can only accommodate 65 to 75 additional homes. And so I'd like to encourage the commissioners and planning to at least take a minute, to ask themselves, after, 20 plus years of this line being in service, not a single entity is hooked on to either force main on Highway 73 or 150.
Thank you. Jordan Dexter. Jordan Dexter.
Right here. I'm speaking on behalf of a group here. Thank you. Good evening, Commissioner Jordan Dexter, 1526 Oak Park Court. Good evening, Commissioners. I am a civil engineering student at Gaston College, studying to specialize in sanitary sewer and stormwater engineering. Tonight, I would like to focus on the topics, continuing on what Justin Harkey just said. Our first concern is the current sizing of the sewer pipe that runs along NC 73. The current line that runs along NC 73 is a 6-inch pipe. This is a major issue that must be addressed. The sizing of the current sewer pipe would not be able to handle the proposed 618 homes that the developers have proposed to tie into the line, and the fact that there are already 3 schools utilizing the line, the closest being East Lincoln Middle School. At peak volume, this development could produce over 618,000 gallons of sewage per day. According to the engineers that have reviewed my data that I have spoken with regarding its design capacity, the line could become overpressurized, causing leaking in various places. It can cause toilets to back up, adding serious unsanitary issues to the surrounding communities. Correcting this after the fact could put the usage of school buildings into question, as well as enormous cost of running ample sewer lines along NC 73. Additionally, the Lincoln County Public Works Manual says in their design for sewer force mains that no force main of that size may operate at more than 6 feet per second. If the developers were to tie into it, that line would have to operate at almost 8 feet per second in order to keep up with the schools and the development, causing a serious issue to the surrounding communities. The second issue we have is the location of the pump station on the proposed development. The proposed location puts the permanent pump station within 200 feet of a FEMA-designated 100-year flood zone with only 15 feet of elevation difference according to county GIS maps. Here's why this is such a serious issue. If we were to have another storm like Hurricane Helene rip through our area again, the pump station would be flooded, causing an infiltration of stormwater. This could be catastrophic. The design is clearly without taking the possibility of flooding into account. The damage to the pump station and leaking sewage could be detrimental, causing an environmental hazard to the surrounding community and landowners. Commissioners, we please ask that you have the developer and the county engineers reinvestigate these concerns to prevent possible damage and environmental hazards for the safety of the surrounding community. If that sewer line were to overpressurize, it could rupture, causing a large spill of sewage into the surrounding communities. The amount of, and then for the stormwater control, he has also mentioned that he has not shown in any of his plans any stormwater for retention ponds and where he would put those. And failure to do so could result in massive amounts of erosion leaking down onto neighboring properties. Thank you for your attention. We please ask that you deny this request for the 618 homes with these issues as well as the ones raised by others. Thank you.
Thank you. Sheila Sadler.
I'm speaking on behalf of a group, Sheila Sadler, 625 Luther Drive. Good evening, Commissioners. I would like to address several concerns regarding the potential traffic impacts of the proposed Iron Gate subdivision. Since March, our community has been working diligently to obtain clear and concise answers from the NCDOT regarding how Iron Gate will affect traffic, road safety, and multimodal transportation in our area. After reviewing records obtained through a public records request, we remain deeply concerned that the NCDOT's district office has had little to no input in developing a comprehensive plan to reduce impact to our community roads. This is of great concern to our community as our family and local commerce rely on our roads to be safe and effective. We need confidence that the necessary planning has been completed before a project of this size moves forward. We are aware you, the Commissioners, sent a letter to the Governor and NCDOT concerning a lack of confidence in the department. Our community has also raised these concerns with our local House representative and throughout the chain of command within NCDOT, from the Governor's office to the local district supervisor. Despite those efforts, we still have not received clear answers regarding how the transportation impacts of this development will be addressed if it is approved. We would like to thank the Planning and Inspections Department for the significant amount of input they have provided throughout this process. Our concerns center on 3 key issues. First, the proposed roundabout. The TIA does not require the roundabout. It is simply being offered by the developer. If this improvement is necessary to safely accommodate the traffic generated by this development, then it should be a required condition of approval, not an optional improvement. In addition, the roundabout should be completed during Phase 1 or 2 rather than tied to Phase 3. It is highly unlikely that this improvement will ever be constructed if it is delayed until the final phase. By that point, the cost of constructing the roundabout could easily exceed the profit from the remaining 116 lots, creating a strong financial incentive for it not to be built. The community should not be left with the increased traffic while waiting for improvement that may never happen. Second, the overall transportation impact has not been adequately evaluated. The NCDOT can require for-profit developers to perform off-site traffic studies and make off-site transportation improvements when circumstances warrant. We contend that the department has not exercised due diligence in the study of the impact to our local infrastructure and must be required to do so by the board and planning department, who both have the authority to do so. Why has there not been a comprehensive TIA evaluating the combined effects of the proposed Iron Gate, the Lincoln Charter Athletic Complex, and several other nearby developments together? We understand that this may not be the DOT standard requirement. Special circumstances allow the department to require additional analysis. Looking at developments independently does not provide an accurate picture of the cumulative impact on transportation infrastructure, on our transportation infrastructure. The reality is that anyone who travels through Denver area today already experiences the effects of a failed transportation infrastructure. Existing congestion shows that our infrastructure is struggling to keep pace with growth. Additional impact studies should be completed along 73 towards Denver to determine whether further improvements are necessary before another major development is approved. Most importantly, taxpayers should not be expected to bear the cost of infrastructure improvements that become necessary to support private for-profit development. Third, transparency and accountability are essential. Any right-of-way claim by the DOT should be supported by proper legal documentation from the department and/or developer. This should include utility installations and relocations and on- and off-site roadway improvements associated with Iron Gate. Our request is simple. We are asking that every party involved exercise the due diligence necessary to fully understand and address the transportation impacts of this proposal before any approvals are granted. At this time, we do not believe the standard has been met. Critical questions remain unanswered, and transportation issues remain unresolved. For those reasons, we respectfully ask this board to deny the proposed Iron Gate subdivision. Keep Charlotte in Charlotte. Thank you.
All right, Emily Daniels.
I only need 3, just to be fair to everyone. Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Emily Daniels. I live at 693 Luther Drive in Iron Station, and I appreciate the opportunity to speak tonight. I join you today to offer the perspective of someone who's only lived in Iron Station for the past 14 months rather than 2 or 3 generations like the bulk of the people behind me. My fiance and I are not lifelong residents, but we chose to come here because we wanted to be part of this community and embrace this way of life. We intentionally left Charlotte behind. We wanted to get away from the traffic, the crime, and the constant urban sprawl. We came to Iron Station because we wanted land of our own, a slower pace of life, and to be part of a community that still values its rural identity. And what we found here has exceeded every expectation that we had. I've lived in 3 different states across the country in the last 7 years, and I cannot adequately describe the depth at which humanity is greater in this community than anywhere I've lived. The people of Lincoln County and Iron Station don't simply care about themselves, they care about their neighbors, their land, and the history written into these fields, farms, and roads. They understand that once land is developed beyond recognition, there is no going back. We can only do this once. These are deeply historic American lands, and we only get one opportunity to decide how these are developed before the landscape that generations have known becomes unrecognizable. This is why this proposal is so deeply concerning to me. This proposal is not simply about adding homes. It would fundamentally change the character of Iron Station. It would place tremendous pressure on our roads, emergency services, utilities, and other infrastructure that was never designed to support this level of density. It would also impact our schools, which deeply concerns me. Lincoln County has already experienced significant growth, and many families are concerned about classroom capacity, school resources, and whether our educational infrastructure can responsibly accommodate hundreds of additional homes. Growth without adequate planning comes at a cost, and that cost is ultimately paid by the families who already live here. Perhaps what concerns me the most is the people have spoken behind me. More than 2,600 individuals have signed a petition opposing this development. That is more than 3 times the population by census of Iron Station itself. Regardless of where each signer lives, it demonstrates the extraordinary level of concern surrounding this proposal. As county commissioners, your responsibility is to represent the people of Lincoln County. The residents who elected you here are asking you to preserve the character of their community and to ensure that growth is responsible, sustainable, and consistent with the values that make Iron Station what it is. This is not an argument against growth. Communities evolve and responsible development has its place. But responsible growth respects the people who are already here. It respects the capacity of our infrastructure, our schools, and the history and character that make this place worth calling home. My fiance and I chose Iron Station because it is different, but it is our home now. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you. Next, Carol. Carol? Carol? All right, we'll go to Billy Parson.
Hello again, Bill Parsons, 4340 Highway 73, Orange Station. A lot's been said. I'm going to try not to repeat any of it. I don't like the redundancy. Company comes in, 2 years experience. They're the best of the best, and they're not prepared to answer questions here tonight. And they don't have all their ducks in a row. They can't be the best of the best. They've had over 2 years to prepare. They couldn't even answer a simple question of, do you have permission? They hem-hawed around and finally gave an answer, but because of all the hem-hawing, I find a hard time believing their answer. They don't fit with our community. They don't fit with our county. Nothing about this project fits. It's just something being interjected right in the middle of it. One reason to deny, roadways. We don't have the roadways for this stuff. You got 2 major highways, 27 and 73. How you going to 4-lane both of them? Who's got that money? They don't, and I don't, and that means y'all can't get it to approve it. And the state's not going to do it for a housing development. School population. School's already at a maximum. How many more are you going to add? Emergency resources. Those can be answered in different ways, just like a fire department built by local developers. You got a right to sell your property, but that doesn't mean the county is obligated to the buyer of your property. We are in control. They're not. They're here asking us for a favor. We're not asking them to come here. No infrastructure planning. If it's not first, there can't be a development. If you can't vote and say, okay, here's how we're going to build the road system. Forget everything else. Here's how we're going to build the road system. And we're going to do it first, and here's the money to do it. If you can't do that, we don't need anything else. Everything else is a moot point. I appreciate your time. I get passionate. I get excited. I'm not mad at y'all. I'm not mad at anybody. I just don't agree with this. I think it's detrimental to our county. I don't need the inflated property values. My home is just fine. And property values are only worth a crap when you're going to sell. And apparently, people don't sell that often. So, thank you for your time. I appreciate your thoughts.
Thank you, sir. Next, Randall Dexter. Randall Dexter.
I'm speaking on behalf of a group, John Curtis. Good evening, Commissioners. I'm here to discuss case PD 2622. The developer's current infrastructure phasing plan is a public safety risk. On paper, they've delayed the construction of the crucial multi-leg roundabout at Old Plank, Brevard Place, Tucker's Grove until Phase 3. Here's the real-world math they hid in the software. By the end of Phase 2, the developer platted 502 out of 18 homes. That's 81.2% of the entire subdivision occupied or ready to build. This massive front-loaded footprint dumps 3,864 daily trips on narrow two-lane rural roads before the roundabout is even started. They manipulate the numbers to justify this delay by packing Phase 1 senior housing to claim a massive trip generation discount under ITE guidelines. But federal law and our UDS HOPA 80-20 rule applies. Up to 20% of these homes can be legally occupied by working-age, commuting, multi-generational families. These active adults will cause an already failing level of service F at NC 73 in Tucker's Grove to completely collapse into gridlock. We must strip the developer of high-risk building sequence using enforceable zoning conditions. This county holds the authority over plat signatures and certificate of occupancy. Use that authority to ensure reasonable and responsible growth. We must enforce a Phase 1 plat lock. The planning department should only execute final plat signatures for the first 100 lots in Phase 1. The remaining 135 lots and the legal opening of access points B and C must be completely withheld until both the NC 73 traffic signal and the Tucker's Grove roundabout are 100% complete and accepted into the DOT maintenance system. We must place a hard freeze Phase 2 certificates of occupancy. No more than 50 homes can close in Phase 2 until localized lane exceptions and turn lanes on Brevard Place and Old Plank Road are fully paved and inspected. If the developer falls behind on the construction of these improvements, their home sales instantly freeze. We must enact a sequential boundary lock. Look at the master map. Phase 3 is tucked directly into the northern bottleneck adjacent to Phase 1. The county must refuse to sign any plats for Phase 3 or authorize Access E until all infrastructure for Phase 1 and 2 receives final release. This ensures the developer cannot build out highly profitable northern lots and walk away from southern networks. To ensure Lincoln County taxpayers are never left holding the bag, if the developer files for bankruptcy or walks away in Phase 3, our bonding network must be absolute. We must reject separate infrastructure bonds for individual phases and entrances. Lincoln County and NCDOT must demand a single comprehensive master infrastructure performance bond, written at 125% of the certified engineering cost for all 6 access locations, turn lanes, the roundabout, the NC 73 signal, and the public pump station. The bond must feature a strict anti-reduction rider. The county must refuse to release or reduce the cash value of the performance bonds as the houses are built. The full face value must remain untouched until the traffic signal and roundabout are completely finished. If the developer walks away, we hold the unreduced cash needed to build out the safety features ourselves. The NCDOT guidelines for 45-mile-per-hour collector road mandate a 600-foot centerline spacing between high-volume, full-movement driveways. Access EA is rated too close to the roundabout intersection. Queuing traffic will back up directly in the roundabout, causing immediate system failure. Maintaining the 450-foot site intersection distance means the developer 50-foot undisturbed buffer must be legally stripped away and converted in clear-cut zone managed by HOA. We suggest a northern corridor grading mandate forcing them to trench all utilities, all northern entrances simultaneously during Phase 1 to prevent cutting into newly laid asphalt later and protects drivers from years of road construction. All heavy traffic will destroy Old Plank Road to NC 16 business where asphalt, concrete, and quarry plants are located. and contribute to safety and congestion issues. Protect our infrastructure, protect our residents, force the front-loading bonding and plating conditions in the final zone approval. If approved, thank you.
Thank you, sir. All right, next, Tiffany Horn.
I have a group. Where's my group? And I also have a presentation. No, that's not it. And then, do I press the middle button? I've never used one of these before. Oh, that's it. Okay. All right. Good evening. My name is Tiffany Horn, and I live on Maxwell Farm Lane in Iron Station. Tonight, I'm going to talk about ironworks. In 1790, the Davisons, Grahams, and Forneys came to Lincoln County and engaged in ironworks. A sign on 27 in Iron Station talks about the many mines and forges operating within a 10-mile radius of that site. A publication from P.M. Hill in 1883 talks about mine shafts 125 feet deep and also lists furnaces and forges were in a belt. A geological survey from 1893 published a map showing the iron belt. That same study contains diagrams of shafts. The image on the left shows a shaft that goes down 100 feet and then goes vertical at 100 feet and contains stoped out or hollow areas. The figure on the right shows mines located in a local area called the Big Ore Bank. The dots are shafts and the circles are open pit mines. The same study lists all the furnaces and forges on Leapers Creek: Madison Durr, Madison Bloomery, Spring Hill, Rehoboth, Mount Tirzah, Mount Welcome. It states Madison and Rehoboth ore came from the Big Ore Bank, but Vesuvius, Mount Tirzah, Mount Welcome from magnetic ore. A geological study from 1923 states the Catawba Iron Station built was once mined extensively. Ore described in veins from 2 to 20 feet wide. Ore was taken out to the water level, and then the mines were abandoned. It also talks about other areas in Iron Station that were mined and states that ore was taken to a local forge. This study also contains a map showing the iron belt. We know where most of the furnaces are, but where's Mount Tirzah? An article from State Magazine in 1969 has a picture of Mount Tirzah and cites a book written by a Brevard descendant entitled The Broad Axe and the Forge, which talks about the forges and the families. It states Alexander Brevard put his sons-in-law in charge of Mount Tirzah in Vesuvius. The Brevards built their home near Mount Tirzah Forge, and the Grahams built theirs near Vesuvius. The Brevards were awarded thousands of acres for producing iron. In 1860, when railroad came to what is now Stanley, newspaper schedule states trains would run to Brevards. The Brevard land went from Iron Station through Stanley. Mount Welcome House was built by Forney on the corner of what is now Mariposa and Old Plank. The Mount Welcome Forge is on the creek from Mariposa. Mount Tirzah and Vesuvius furnaces operated for 75 years. A map of documented localities and furnaces. Mount Tirzah is in blue and is located behind the 500 acres. The highlighted rows on the map depict areas that contain undocumented localities that I have been notified of on Low Bridge Road, Reinhardt Circle, Randleman Road, Highway 73, Brevard Road, and Mount Zion Church Road. The DEQ states collapse can happen, and it's important to know the locations of mines with urban development. There is extensive undocumented mining in our area. There is mining surrounding the 500 acres. The 500 acres was historically Brevard land, and mining creates a geological hazard for mass development. Please require an environmental study with ground-penetrating radar for any development in these areas. Iredell County is dealing with a large sinkhole right now. Lincoln County could be next. Thank you.
Ned Devine. Ned Devine.
Ned Devine, 6972 Potter House Lane, Iron Station, North Carolina. Wow, what a mess. You know, this, I can't even believe that it's been recommended to pass by Jeremiah and his group. That's just unbelievable. It ought to be dead on arrival is what it ought to be. It don't make any sense, not a bit in the world. I'm glad my colleagues here have done all the technical work and all, because I don't have enough sense to do all that. But, you know, I've been to several of these meetings, and, you know, of all the meetings I've been to, I've seen two people that stood up in favor of something. Well, one of them stood up and said, we're going to get a park out of these townhouses. And of course, Bud said, I don't see nothing about no park. So that was dead. And another guy was talking about the apartments down there in North Pilot Knob, which unfortunately passed, that well, there'll be a lot more tax money coming out of that. So what my question is tonight is, I'd like to see, now you won't be injured in any way, but if you're for Iron Gate, raise your hand. If you're against Iron Gate, raise your hand.
Stand up.
There you go. I mean, the great emancipator Abe Lincoln said, government is of the people, by the people, for the people. So it ought to stop real easy. Ought to stop real easy right now. I think we've heard enough about the developers and everything else. I think we've heard enough. And by the way, a roundabout is not God's answer to traffic congestion. Thank you.
All right, next, Milton Sigmund.
You can see that I came prepared with a UDO book. A lot of you kid me about that probably. But good evening, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, and Planning Board, depending where you are. But I am Milton Sigmund of 5044 Highway 73, Iron Station. Thank you for this opportunity to speak about the proposed Iron Gate development. This area is home to me, so I can truly speak from the heart, having lived here for more than 80 years. While there continue to be growth and change over the years, it is how we grow and change that matters most. As attested by the people attending the community involvement meeting on March the 26th earlier this year, overflow crowd. Matter of fact, it was the largest I've ever seen in our community involvement meetings. They care. You've witnessed it tonight. People do care. We care about how it matters. You know, it's kind of amazing about the changes that have kind of come about with this project. The number of homes was to be 596, and then updated on March the 2nd of this year to 357 single family with 315 senior, for a total of 672. Today, we're told, actually it's going to be 309 single family and 309 senior. So I really don't know what it's going to be. And matter of fact, if you read their documents, they say that they have the option to make changes. It's in your packet. There are many inconsistencies, including space in our schools, the traffic count, the speed limit even on Highway 73. They got it at 45, of course it's 50. Stating that Highway 73, and I was just dumbfounded this evening during the presentation to see on the screen that Highway 73 is still a northbound and a southbound highway. I've learned something. I didn't know that. Matter of fact, if you Google it, guess what it says? It's east-west. So what kind of people are we really working with? It is rather disturbing to me. Now you're being asked to rezone for a project which apparently has not been fully designed. Refer to the zoning vested rights application. And they're seeking a 7-year vesting, which I understand. You can't build it overnight. But I'm going to quote what it says. The proposed development involves complex phasing, utility improvements, and off-site improvements that cannot reasonably be designed, permitted, and constructed within 2 years. End of quote. There's a lot of other things, and my time's up, but thank you for your time. This does not fit UDO, and I meant to read that to you, but time is out. I think you know that. 2.9.A and 2. It does not fit the plan.
Thank you, Milton. Next, Janie Duncan. Janie Duncan.
Thank you, Mr. Commissioner. Janine Duncan, 710 Brevard Place Road. I've just got 3 things I want to ask. Number 1, if the sewer does get approved, because I'm now on Brevard Place and within 660 feet or yards of this development, does that mean I have to hook up to the sewer? Does it mean I have to pay whatever the charge he put up on the screen for water and sewer hookup? I didn't plan for that. I don't want that. So that's number 1. Number 2, construction. What is my quality of life going to be like for the next 6 years, 8 years? I think the thing said 2033. Am I going to hear dump trucks going down the street every day? Am I going to have to deal with the dust and the dirt as I drive into work? Am I going to be stopped even more because of the roundabout construction or the stoplight construction? How is my quality of life? It's not what I've signed up for. I've been there since 1999. And then finally, what about the small racetrack on Mariposa? Oh, people know that it's there. Well, come a hot summer night where you're listening and watching them go around. It's happened in other communities. The racetrack goes away because we didn't sign up for this. Well, yes, you did. You knew it was there. But that's not what happens because they're buying their houses and that. The racetrack goes away. There's another small business gone from our community, another piece of our history. So I respectfully ask you to please vote no on this development. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, Morgan Poppin.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Morgan Popham. I live at 4933 Arden Gate Drive, approximately 1 mile from the proposed Iron Gate. I created this petition against Iron Gate in order to provide a voice for those who aren't able to be here tonight. For months, myself and many others have reached out to this Board of Commissioners asking for dialogue. We've emailed, we've called, and we've shown up, yet we've been met with almost total silence. This community is not a nuisance to be ignored. We are your constituents. I come before you today with a petition holding almost 3,000 signatures saying no to Iron Gate. While we have your attention, we are also saying no to other mass development proposals that you may have on your desk now or for the near future. We want to work with you, not against you. We want reasonable growth on reasonable lot sizes that match the fabric of our community. Let's let this sink in. 61% of these verified signatures, actually I have a packet for the commissioners and the planning board, but it's 68 pages, so I ran out of ink. This is the other one I'll give to the planning board when I'm finished. 61% of those verified signatures come from a tight 6-mile radius. That's not just a number. It represents virtually the entire voting population of Iron Station saying no. We say no to mass, unreasonable, high-density growth and plead for your attention to be focused towards fixing our existing failing infrastructure and roadways before more proposals are passed in this county. Iron Gate is anything but reasonable. You know that, and I know that. We all know that. You can cut down the trees, but you cannot bring back the history or undo the known and unknown dangers to that specific piece of property. I pray that you know your community members well enough to acknowledge how devastating this will be to our way of life if approved. We are not going away. We are united, engaged in watching how you handle our county's future. It's time for the board to do their job. It's time for you to start representing us, the people who put you in office, and the people who will most certainly be at the polls in November. I implore you to read over the 60-plus pages of verified names, signatures, and comments on the petition that I have emailed every single one of you for several months with only one response. Thank you, Mr. Cessna.
All right, next, Mitch. All right. Tim Estep.
Good evening. I live at 5871, been there for 34 years, Tim Estep. Thank you for allotting time for me to express my concerns with construction of the Iron Gate subdivision. It is not reasonable or feasible for our commissioners to allow the construction of 618 homes, single-family homes, on the 507 acre between Brevard Place Road and Old Plank Road. It is completely obvious to our local residents that the highways cannot absorb the so-called 4,644 additional automobiles tripped per day. Yes, I'm fully aware of the traffic study, and I submit that it's completely irrelevant as it refers to the ITE's Trip Generation Manual, the 11th edition, which is dated September 2021. We all remember what we were still recovering from the COVID scare, September 2021. That data was collected months before that. Even the 2022 National Household Travel Survey conducted January 2022 through January 2023, 26% of the people surveyed took fewer trips due to the concerns related to the pandemic. The actual number should be thousands more of the trips. Our local electric grid cannot support the additional 618 homes with a minimum service size of 200 amps each, totaling 123,600 amps of potential load. That's not to mention that the services, that's like 10 miles area, cannot even sustain that. Our local water service cannot support the additional conservative 64.5 gallons of water per person per day. You propose 309 single-family seniors consisting of conservative 1,545 gallons per person. This is actually about 100,000 gallons per day. And we've already had enough information on the water and the sewer, but I will mention that, as stated before, produce 300 to 600 gallons of wastewater per day, and it's single-family homes, each one can produce that. And if it's pumped into the stations, I'm submit that the 6-inch pipeline cannot support that. And if it's high-pressure pump system, which it will be, a majority of the homes that are connected to that already do not have backflow preventers on the sewer systems. So whenever it's burdened, that water will back up into the homes. I managed the Queen's University of Charlotte for 36 years. We had that to happen there a couple times and a couple of the residents that we own when the pump systems were pumping and it could not. So they had to come in and clean up, and then they had to come in and put in backflow preventers in all the sewer systems. Just be aware of that. Our local school system cannot handle a conservative 309 additional students. Our local landfills cannot absorb the additional 5 pounds of solid waste per person per day. We're looking at a potential of 231,750 pounds per month. Most of the current residents in the area decided to build or even move to escape the clutter home construction. We are obviously deep concerned about a potential.
All right, thank you, sir. Your time. All right, Jeff Hicks.
My name is Jeff Hicks, 2667 Long Circle. My wife and I are lifelong residents of Lincoln County. 31 years ago, we purchased 2 acres on the corner of Bavard Road and Long Circle, and that's the southeast side, where we built our home and raised our 2 daughters. Over the last couple decades, Lincoln County has experienced considerable growth. Iron Station has not been immune to this growth with increased traffic and more crowded schools. The proposed Iron Gate developers did a traffic impact study focusing primarily on Highway 73 and Old Plank Road, knowing that these roads could better cope with increased traffic due to their proximity to Highway 16. They totally disregarded the increase in traffic that 600-plus homes would have on Mount Zion Road and especially Bavard Road. Both of these roads are narrow and curvy, and both having exits to their proposed subdivision. Bavard Road is not just used by local residents, but is a major route for transient traffic. Cars, service trucks, dumpster trucks, and even tractor trailers. These vehicles are coming from East Lincoln to areas of Gaston County to access 321 and especially the Gaston County landfill. There's always a steady flow of dumpster trucks going back and forth to the landfill all day long. On July the 31st, between the hours of 3 and 4, I counted the traffic on Bavard Road. In that hour, there was a total of 252 vehicles, many of them service trucks and dump trucks. Now, none of this traffic was counted as landfill traffic because the landfill closes at 4 o'clock. So we know this number will greatly increase with the coming charter school complex and numerous subdivisions already approved. In my opinion, these traffic numbers alone should merit a TIA. I believe that everyone here knows that the more development is inevitable, and property owners have the right to sell their land to anyone. At the developers' March meeting, they acted as though they had the right to build this mega subdivision and double the current population of Iron Station. They made the statement that this is the type of subdivision the market wants, and that everyone doesn't want to live on a whole acre. He calls them a product. We call them homes. The fact is that everyone buying a piece of property has only the right to use that property under the existing zoning. There's no right to change the zoning based on the farce of land conservation. Only you, the county commissioners, our representatives, can grant that privilege of rezoning property. The people moving here that buy these houses and these types of subdivisions are promised they will be living in a rural area with less traffic, better schools, and less crime. In actuality, they are bringing the very things that they are fleeing. Thank you.
Mr. Hicks, I have a question for you. You stated you took a traffic count. What was that time frame?
That was between 3 and 4
PM?
on the July 31st.
Okay.
And like I said, that does not, at that time, there's not going to be any traffic going to the landfill, which is very heavy. You think about trash trucks.
Yes, sir.
Dumpster trucks.
I got you.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, next, Mackenzie Carter.
I'm Mackenzie Cartner. I have Mike Featherstone on my team and Ben Sadler, if you'll stand up. My PowerPoint. I'm here today to say no more mass development. I've lived in Iron Station my whole life. As you can see, Iron Gate there. It's the biggest, it's the biggest diverse piece of land with the most richness. Is it this thing? Okay. So look at the size of that plot. Come on. In regulatory context, mass development compliance requires navigating multi-layered environmental regulations, particularly concerning stormwater management and erosion control zoning. The state integrates this via the NCDEQ and Environmental Management Commission to adopt federal frameworks into the administrative code for local zoning and compliance. You've got the Clean Water Act and the Resource Conservation Recovery Act. I want you all to stop and take a minute, look at all these rare and endangered species that are already known to be in Lincoln County. They're already recorded in the state database, and you won't see them for long if these developers come in here. So, my question is, how are federal environmental compliance core statutes considered in the long term? And where's the environmental report? Or is it only the short-term BMPs that are implemented within the silt fence at the time of disturbance? Because I can show you places that continue to degrade over time due to mass development. Oops. We have a holistic problem. Watersheds and runoff are permanently re-engineered, and in the long run, conservation fades away and ecosystems die. I'm here to show you today what actually happens by the time the development project key has turned, and I know this from experience because I'm a former erosion control development inspector. I have inspected sites all the way from Harrisburg, Salisbury, Landis to the other side of West Lincoln. And it's not just one developer, it's all of them. There's a fault in their design. So first, they will save the birds by removing it. This is just a formality. The Migratory Bird Treaty Act, it only prohibits the illegal take of a native migratory bird species without the prior authorization, so it's just paperwork. Here, I have hearsay that there's a vulture's nesting site on the proposed Iron Gate property, and if that's the case, that's the area that needs to be conserved for them to earn the PDR conservation, and then they can skip the mitigation credits. Mass clear cutting is poor stewardship. Sure, they have an erosion control plan, but they haven't even made it yet. They're required, but they're also made to the lowest standard to save the developer money. They're maintained below that standard because I inspected it, and the impact is very well misunderstood. Even high-quality plans fail to regulate water quality impacts and runoff due to the impact and speed of the surrounding developments. Example 3, they're going to discover something. I'll have you know that this 500 acres is exactly geologically beside the real amethyst mine. And that's historic because the biggest amethyst ever found in North America was found right there. So what do you expect is going to happen when these workers go in here with their equipment? Do you think they're going to be truthful? Or are they going to find them a nice mineral resource, maybe an amethyst, maybe one that weighs 165 pounds, just like the one that was discovered right next door? BMPs, they're a formality as well. Like I said, it's a fault of design. The impacts are beyond the silt fence. All it takes is one rain to destroy decades of biodiversity in minutes, and then it takes many decades more to naturally and fully recover, if at all. This is my favorite one. Just leave it. I don't want to disturb it too much. BMPs become non-functional. They stay unrepaired for extended times and sometimes forever because I've seen them close out a site and leave some stuff like that. So now we'll review the Planning Department mission statement. That is to help ensure the safety, integrity, and value of measured development of real property within Lincoln County by the accurate, efficient, and timely issuance of permits by judicious and consistent enforcement of state building codes and local land use ordinances. By creating and maintaining cooperative open relationships with the citizens, land use professionals, and not so much the builders or developers in Lincoln County. And by working interactively with the local agencies to govern authority and our sibling departments. Can't memorize the rest of it. The missing sister department is going to be your geology department. I would love to know where that is. The general health department does not have the necessary background to consider the risk of sewer septic systems in the Kings Mountain Belt that has been mined for 3 centuries.
Okay, that's your 5 minutes, ma'am. Thank you. All right, Arlinda. I'm trying to figure out how to say this name because you can't really read it too well. Arlinda, A-R-L. Okay, we'll move on. Stacy Patterson.
I'm Stacy Patterson. I live at 4995 Arden Gate Drive, Iron Station.
Iron Gate is a mega development that looks nothing like the large lot rural neighborhoods that define Iron Station. It is fundamentally different. Sure, they set aside the required land to remain undeveloped. That's land they could put houses on anyway. It's the streams and it's the flood zones. The location was chosen for Iron Gate because it's available, not because it makes sense. After the traffic study, the project became half retirement community because that made the traffic counts look better. Who looks at Iron Station and says, this is perfect for a high-density retirement community? Subdivisions like Iron Gate with tiny lots are typically built for people who value convenience. Those conveniences don't exist in Iron Station. You need to go to Denver or Lincolnton for your grocery stores, your pharmacies, your doctor's offices, your dentists. If a development of this type and scale were approved, it would be easier to justify the next one. Massive subdivisions create pressure to bring in the stores, the medical offices, etc. Is that what we want Iron Station to become? Once Iron Station loses what makes it rural and unique, it's gone forever. You can't bring it back. Growth should respect the character of the community, not destroy it for the profit of developers from outside of our community. The developers said that they've never had this much opposition to a development before. Maybe they should ask themselves why. Please deny Iron Gate. Thank you.
All right. Next, Martin Oates.
Martin Oaks, 8057 Lucky Creek Lane, Denver, North Carolina. Earlier, the county attorney on 2 occasions asked the developer, the applicant, did you prepare the findings of fact? I noticed you didn't ask the developer tonight that, and I know the reason why is that in the package it says that the staff developed the findings of fact. And I want to know, when did the planning department become a wholly owned subsidiary of the developers? There's a real problem with the findings by what they left out. They're unreasonable because there's stress on the sewer line, and there's no discussion in the findings of fact of how the sewer line would be handled. There are a lot of road improvements that need to be done. There is no provision in the findings of setting up a bond or a prepayment plan or anything like that. There, for example, is a traffic circle down on South Pilot Knob and 16 that had to go in for Carrington. That subdivision was not allowed to have a single building permit until the traffic circle was done. Not just funded, but done. So you can require this developer to have all of those traffic improvements done before he gets a single building permit. And you ought to be doing that. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Anthony Huss. Anthony Huss.
Anthony Huss, 3336 Orchard Road. Citizens of Lincoln County, I stand to address the most vital duty of local government, to provide for the safety of the community. That's us, the citizens. The same residents who are endangered by this move are also going to be forced to pay for the invasion with their taxes, an invasionist trend that will ultimately uproot and replace all of us. So Iron Station is served exclusively by the sheriff's office. As a former military police officer and a next candidate for sheriff, I see this from a legal point of view, from a law enforcement point of view. Here's the reality of what Iron Gate is, the Iron Gate proposal. You're not simply reviewing a housing plan, you're looking at a public safety crisis in the making. Urbanizing rural land without the necessary infrastructure severely compromises our emergency response capabilities. Number one, emergency service response times will collapse. Our country roads, we all know, they're nice and windy, they're beautiful, but with this many people, we cannot have congested roads and still have emergency vehicles get through. When you need that police officer, when you need that ambulance, it's not going to be there, not on time. And we all know that when there's a crisis, whether it's medical or whatnot, seconds equal lives. And gridlock just isn't a traffic nuisance, it's a direct threat to life and safety. We have basically a decade of construction that we're looking at here. That's going to cause a massive object for thieves to come by and steal property, and we can't divert people to cover for that all the time. We also have an unsustainable strain on the patrol coverage. We've already struggled with quality service and honest answers for the taxes that we pay. As a county commissioner, Bill Beam shoehorned as many subdivisions into our county as possible, disregarding the lack of infrastructure that he has endangered to the point where he has endangered citizens and given residents nightmares. Now, as sheriff, he continues to fail his duties. Under his watch, the sheriff's budget has tripled from $13 million to $40 million, and we still don't have quality service. Our services didn't triple, but when this development comes in here, we're going to have to kind of fend for ourselves because we're not going to be able to have the proper coverage from law enforcement to help take up the slack. It's going to leave local voters high and dry and abandoned by the sheriff. Last but not least, 20 seconds. This fractures the entire contract of citizens and law enforcement policing policies. There's a public trust that we're supposed to maintain, but forcing unwanted high-density development onto people of Iron Station and overriding a unified voice of all these local residents replaces that representation with coercion. It breeds resentment and fractures the crucial relationship between our county, our leadership, and our law enforcement. Don't pass it.
All right, thank you. Cody Black.
Good evening. Thank you all for staying late and everybody who showed up here today. I am my family has been in Lincoln County since its inception. One of my grandfathers actually signed the Tryon Resolves, Tryon County's Declaration of Independence. And I actually live on the same piece of land that's been in the family since the 1800s, and have grown up in the shadow of a house built by my great-great-grandfather by his own two hands, milled of Lincoln County lumber. And I speak for and echo what's been said here tonight is every time we drive down our 73, 150, any of our backcountry roads here, we see our way of life being eroded slowly, and not that growth's necessarily a bad thing, like many have stated here. We're pro-growth, just the right type of growth, but that protects our way of life, our southern rural country living, slow pace of life, a Christian county, a Christian town. And as you import people from outside the town who don't already live here, who do not share our values, who actually move into a community such as Iron Gate that is actually predicated on being different than what already exists in Lincoln County, things will change. And I've seen that as a young guy just in my short 27 years here on this earth. I've seen Lincoln County change a ton, and I'm sure those much older than me have seen it change far more than me. And I think in pondering anything that we're going to do, we've inherited this county from our fathers. Like I said, my grandfathers. I raise goats. I grow watermelon, or I grow all sorts of plants, butcher chickens in the same place that all my grandfathers have. And we're inheritors of their work. They have provided us this beautiful county with this beautiful back roads, with the way of life that we all love, the slow country living out here in the southern rural way of life. And it's worth protecting, and it's also worth protecting and pondering our descendants and our children to come. I have a little girl who I do not want to see this county full of neighborhoods with 600 homes in them. I want to see these large acreage lots that preserve our way of life, and I want that way of life for my little girl when she grows up, and my grandchildren. And it's very much worth protecting, and I'm more just echoing what's already been said here tonight. And thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next, Gunny Hull. Gunny Hull. You're the The last one on the list for this one, Gunny.
So Gunny Hoyle, 319 North Poplar Street, Lincoln, North Carolina. We've heard a lot of facts and the testimony's been given, and I heard a lot of things that ought to be presented to school children because there's a lot of history that's been presented. I want to tell you another fact, and it's the love of money is the root of all evil. And we can see what some of that's been said here as well, proving some of the things. But also, it's also said that we know that you can't trust two people, a liar and a thief. So I just want to say I appreciate Sheriff Beam for what he's done for our county so far. But anyway, as a United States Marine and a volunteer fireman, I've served for 20 years to go and do where you would not, to do what you would not, to represent your best interests in freedom and safety. The sheriff should be doing this as well anywhere in the county and the United States to protect the citizens of our Lincoln County. You also are to protect us here in the county by representing us in the state and actually on the federal level as well. Anything that infringes on the people of Lincoln County. I call for a stop, a cease from all developments in the Lincoln County. I've been here alive for 65 years. It is scaring me of what I've seen going on in the county. It is no longer a county. We are changing our county into a city, the whole county, to where there's no more farmland. And that was spoken at a county commissioners meeting. In this very building, somebody talked about progress. Well, we're not having progress. I don't need $1 million to do a study. I can go to East Lincoln, I can see the traffic don't work. We have a demand for bus drivers in the county. We're not meeting that. We're needing school teachers and everything else. On every area, we are failing. And yet we don't see that our infrastructure cannot stand any more stress whatsoever. So all these things must cease, and not adding 1,200 or whatever more vehicles and everything else on the road. We've just increased our courthouse. We've just increased in our jail and everything else from fire departments and everything else. So what else is it going to take for we to see that this is failing, is not a good way of life of what's going to take place in our county? We need to step back and look. You see, but without knowing Scripture, without knowing really what He has for us and what we're supposed to be doing, we're blindsided and we're short-sighted is what the Scripture actually talks about. So we need to go back and see where we really ought to be and what we already be in. And the Bible says we need the greatest commandment is love our neighbor as ourselves. And it's not working when we're doing all these things. We've got problems in schools, we've got problems everywhere, and we're not solving it by putting more money into the system. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. With having no one else signed up to speak.
I signed up, but I didn't hear my name.
All right, well, come on. State your name and address. And
Carol Mejia, 1966 Magnolia Grove Road, Iron Station. And as soon as I open my voice, you're all going to realize that I'm not originally from around these parts. I moved to the States over 30 years ago. I came from England. I'm here as a transplant with a story, and hopefully you will heed my warning. I live in Iron Station because of the open fields and the quiet roads, the real community feel where people know each other's names. When I look at the plans for Iron Gate, I feel a cold wave of deja vu because I've seen this movie before and I know exactly how it ends. Back in the UK, over 30 years ago when I lived there, developers were allowed to build large subdivisions in small country towns and rural shires. We were told that it was progress and needed growth. Box houses swallowed ancient meadows and pastures. Extra traffic choked the narrow little lanes, and slowly the unique character of the villages was paved over and turned into anonymous suburban sprawl. At the moment, we don't have that here, thankfully. It took the council members decades to realise what had been thrown away. By the time they woke up, the old country feel of many villages and small towns was gone forever, replaced by gridlock, strains on local services, and disconnected concrete jungles. As a result, the UK now enforces a strict green belt and rural preservation law. These laws were made to lock down the little green space that was left. The fundamental goal of the green belt policy is to keep the land permanently open and clear of sprawling urban expansion. So what does that have to do with Iron Station, you're probably all asking? Commissioners and board members, please do not spend the next 30 years wishing that you had stopped this development. You live here. We all live here. We all live in this beautiful, unique, rural community. You have the power right now, tonight, to prevent this. I understand that communities grow and landowners have a right to sell their land and develop it, but it should be done in a way that enhances the existing feel of an area and not destroy it. If the Irongate subdivision is allowed to proceed, it will create a precedent. Other developments will pop up, and Iron Station, as we know it, will no longer exist. Please do not let that happen. Please protect our green space, honour the integrity of the community's rural roots, and say no to Irongate and other developments like it. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. All right, well, having no one else signed up to speak, I will declare the public hearing closed. If the developer would like to come back and have any rebuttal or anything to.
You have specific questions, I'll certainly answer. Plenty of things that came up, but I certainly can answer any questions.
Okay, does any board or the board member can ask you guys questions when y'all go in to the next phase of this? Any commissioner have any additional questions before we move on? All right. Jeremiah, we're going to PD 2026-3, EJG Ventures. And before everybody leaves, just to let you know, the planning board is also going back to the Vesuvius conference room to deliberate these cases tonight. So this is not over. So you're more than welcome to join those guys up there in the conference room.
Commissioner Oliver, everybody leave, you've got another set of
It's a free card.
Attention, everyone. The planning board will recess after this, but they will only be deliberating the first 3 zoning map amendments. They will not deliberate the plan developments, which is the Iron Gate. And they will not deliberate the other plan development, which is EJG. I think I got that right. EJG Ventures. They will only deliberate the first 3, and then they will reconvene at a later time to deliberate the plan developments, and that time will be announced once they decide that. Thank you.
All right, next we have PD 2026-3, EJG Ventures. Jeremiah, you have the floor. We're still conducting business in here, so if you could move your conversations outside or have a seat. We have one more case to go through. right, Jeremiah.
Our final case for this evening, Plan Development 2026-3. EJG Ventures LLC is the applicant in this case. And they're requesting the rezoning of an 11.91 acre parcel from conditional zoning general business to plan development commercial for a commercial complex with up to 72,200 square feet of retail, restaurant, office, bank, and gas station uses. The conditional zoning district that was approved for this property in 2006 was never developed, so the master plan for that district has expired. The applicant has submitted with their application their own proposed master plan, which is included in your packet. Also included in your packet is a summary of a community involvement meeting that was held for this request on May 12th of this year. The property is located on the south side of Highway 73 and the west side of South Little Egypt Road in Catawba Springs Township. It's also located in the Eastern Lincoln Development District overlay, and adjoining parcels are zoned neighborhood business, residential, single family, and planned development residential. Properties in this area are used for business, residential, and civic purposes, and the land use plan designates this as a suburban commercial center. A traffic impact analysis was performed for the proposed development. Earlier this evening, you heard a request of an appeal from this same applicant on the staff's denial of that traffic impact analysis. The approval of this rezoning would be contingent upon first approving the applicant's appeal of the staff's denial of that traffic impact analysis. If the rezoning is approved, the installation of the transportation improvements that were recommended in that traffic impact analysis would be required as a condition of the rezoning approval. The staff has provided a recommendation. I will point out that is a conditional recommendation premised upon approval of the applicant's appeal on their traffic impact analysis denial. But we are recommending approval of this request. You have our proposed statement of consistency and reasonableness in your packet. And one other detail I wanted to point out, the applicant has indicated they intend to serve this development with public water and sewer, subject to review and approval of fully engineered drawings for those water and sewer line extensions. You have the applicant's proposed site plan in your packet, and I'm sure they can provide any additional details you would wish on that matter. But if you have any questions for me at this time, I'll be glad to answer them.
Planning board members or commissioners have any questions for Jeremiah?
Jeremiah, it's been a long evening, so I've got to ask again because I'm not sure I'm even in the right place right now. This is where we want to, the Trilogy has such an interest in this piece of property. Am I correct?
So there is a connection, a vehicular connection to the Trilogy neighborhood. You'll see it on the site plan, labeled as Harper Falls Court Gated Access to remain and be limited to golf cart and pedestrian access only.
And I'm not 100% sure that Trilogy and the developer can get together and iron out along with you, and iron out all the details between now and the 17th. And so my recommendation would be that we put it off until second meeting in September to give everyone time to drop back and pay attention to what's going on and work out any differences that we had, that the developer and Trilogy has, and that we get it down on paper and make some real significant decisions in writing so that there's no handshakes and it's all above board. That would be my motion, Mr. Chairman, is that we postpone this for a bit till the 17th of September. Well, whatever the second meeting in September is.
Well, let's go ahead and do the public, let's go ahead and hear everything out.
Okay, because I thought that was already done.
And do the public comments.
Okay.
And then we'll let the planning board hear it. That way it's on the record.
Gotcha.
Everybody's here, and then we can table the final decision until the 21st of September.
Thank you.
All right.
I will, if you don't mind, Chair, circle back to something that was mentioned in the traffic impact analysis appeal
Okay.
hearing. So the site plan that was included in our packet includes that gas station with convenience retail on the corner. There was some discussion in the earlier hearing about potentially a different plan. I don't know if the board would like to get clarity from the applicant on that matter at this time.
I think he made it pretty clear that he was willing to do away with that, to limit the number of cars that are the things, but it's all kind of a handshake deal right now, and I'm not really big on the handshakes right at this point. So what I'd like to do is work this thing out with Trilogy and put it on paper in writing with so that we all have a good understanding. That's why I don't know that we can do it in 2 weeks, but we certainly should be able to do it in a month.
Okay.
Thank you, Jeremiah.
Mr. Chair.
Yes, ma'am.
I'd like to point out, I think the change that is being suggested would be something that would be incorporated into the plan development. It should not be in an agreement with Trilogy, or it can be in an agreement with Trilogy, but that doesn't bind this board. I would recommend that it just be in the planning approval as part of the plan development, and I believe that was kind of what the applicant mentioned in the previous hearing, is that he was willing to incorporate that as part of the terms of the plan development.
Yes, ma'am. I recognize that, and I would hope that we can get that done as quickly as possible, but nothing moves fast around here.
And to kind of go along with Bud, the plans that we have in front of us are showing the C-store with fuel right now, so, I mean, so, okay. So we'll move forward, Jeremiah. Anybody have any additional questions for Jeremiah right now? Planning board. All right, applicants are still here, still with us.
Made me nervous here, like, why am I still here? Eric Gibson, 3018 Wickersham Road, Charlotte, North Carolina. I know it's been a long night. I'll try and get through our presentation quickly, and stop me at any time with any questions, please. I do have a presentation, if we could pull that up, please. And Mr. Cecina, sorry. You're correct. We have been talking with Trilogy HOA. I know it's a handshake at this point, but as I walked in tonight, George gave me a stack of conditions that they like to see, and we've talked to them verbally, and I feel like I feel confident we can get there with everybody in a timely fashion. And candidly, hopefully not having to push it to September. So my name's Eric Gibson. With me tonight is the traffic engineering team with DRMP, Darren Caper and John Sheik, and Mark Van Sickle is our civil engineer with Little. I'd like to just start off by giving a little bit of history of the site. It is currently zoned CZ, which is conditional zoning, general business, allows commercial. We are looking to do a rezoning of the parcel to PD commercial. The reason for that, as Jeremiah explained earlier, this property was part of the master plan that came with when Shea developed the property as Trilogy. This particular piece was carved out to be a commercial component for Trilogy. And the reason for the rezoning is because we're going from above 50,000 square foot, so it requires a rezoning process. History of the site is that this property is in the declaration, it's in the guidelines with Trilogy, the development guidelines with Trilogy. We have to adhere and work with the HOA of Trilogy to meet those development guidelines, which include everything from architectural to site planning, and as well as use categories. Which is what we've been working with the HOA team with. A little bit more history on it. This project, or this property, was at one time called Ingleside Village, and it's part of the declarations as mentioned. And I'd like to just read a couple things. It says, Ingleside Village designed to provide complementary amenities and resources to Trilogy Lake Norman and East Lincoln County. The village will provide seamless connection with Trilogy Lake Norman in terms of streetscape, architectural style, details, materials, vehicular and pedestrian circulated routes. It is meant to offer additional amenities and service that will help complete the lifestyle community. It goes on to say the guidelines set forth in the document are meant to ensure that each design conveys to unique expression, business, and identity. It was intended to be used in conjunction with Lincoln County zoning ordinance and East Lincoln County Development District restrictions. Page 2 of the declaration shows is 1.2 is the goals for what this property was designated for. Those goals are integrate seamlessly with Trilogy development standards and Lincoln County zoning ordinances and Eastern Lincoln County Development District. Provide resources and amenities complementary to the residents of Trilogy and Eastern Lincoln County. Encourage wellness by combining a pedestrian-friendly environment and recreational choices, and connect Trilogy, Lake Norman, and East Lincoln County with quality retail, healthcare, professional, or financial services, and fitness amenities. I just mention that because that's what this property, we're trying to develop this property for what it was always intended to be, a connectivity property with Trilogy that's going to service East Lincoln County and the community members of Trilogy Lake Norman. And then one other point I'd like to make before we move on into the site planning. We are looking to move this to a 72,000 square foot development. That's the GLA for this development. Just for comparison, just for scale, Walmart Supercenter on the other side of 16, Lowe's Home Improvement on the other side of 16. I don't know exactly, but they both average 150,000 square foot themselves, just for that building. And the reason I mention that is our total development is half of what those buildings are. So it is a small scale neighborhood community center meant to just establish amenities and convenience for East Lincoln County. So what you see here is a site plan that we developed our traffic impact analysis on. The reason you do a site plan of this magnitude and you put things like the C-store is because you want to capture the most intense uses and the most density that you can when you perform a traffic impact analysis. The last thing you want to do is have a study done that is less than what you want to build. So we developed a site plan that coordinates with the TIA, the traffic study, that shows C-store, which is a high generator, along with these drive-throughs and a magnitude of retail. We have listened to the community. We have worked with the community. We've listened to the county. We've worked with the county. And we understand that some of these uses aren't desirable, and we've started walking that back to meet the needs of what the neighborhood center calls for, but also what the community can support. Just from a development guideline perspective, this is the site plan that we did submit to go with the TIA appeal for those purposes of identifying it has to match the traffic study. That's why we submitted the C-store site plan with the TIA appeal, because it has to match that traffic study. This site plan also indicates and shows the amount of landscaping, buffering, the sidewalks that we have to develop around the center, all to meet the development guidelines that govern this property that are in the real estate governing docs from Trilogy. The traffic impact analysis I just mentioned, we performed it based off of the C-store. John's here to answer any questions regarding that traffic impact study. He's our traffic engineer. Just to walk through that little process, DOT gave us their feedbacks on the traffic study. We were able to accommodate the DOT requirements, went through the county. We understood the level of service that this intersection requires. We understand this intersection is not performing currently. And so we started working on how much can we do here at this intersection to provide a level of service that gets the county back to where they will approve this for a development. And that's where we've arrived at. So I know that, just to be clear, and we touched on it in the TIA earlier, the words, denial mean that we could not do the guardrails, we could not take private property outside the right-of-way. What we can do is above and beyond what the actual intersection calls for, just outside of that Superfund kind of area where it's just not something that's feasible for a developer to do. I'm going to let John come back up and touch on this as he'll get through the level of service. I do want to point out, while we're touch basing on it, the trip generation that we did do. This is a memo that we did after the TIA to kind of do a study as if we remove that C-store. And as you can see in the trip memo, it's a reduction in approximately 2,900 trips that we adjusted down from the 10,000, roughly 10,000 trips that the properties was studied to generate. And I'd also like to just say, before I turn this over to John, currently the traffic counts are 15,000 a day at this intersection. We're generating 10,000 for our traffic study. It is my opinion that we're not going to now have 25,000 cars passing through this intersection. This is a small-scale neighborhood retail center with amenities and convenience that's going to service those 15,000 cars that are already coming through this intersection, not adding to it. I don't think people that live on the other side of 16 and 73, where the Publix and the Walmart and the Aldi and all that stuff is, they're not going to come over here to visit our center, but we are going to provide something for the residents in this community of East Lincoln to not have to go over there. So I'm going to let John come up and talk a little bit about the traffic, and then I'll pop back up for summary and questions.
Thanks, Eric. John Schick with DRMP. I know some of this is a little repetitive, so I'm going to move through it a little quicker this time. But we did do a traffic impact analysis for the site. Again, it looked at 6 study intersections, evaluated conditions as they exist today, and then it looked at a future condition, both with and without the development. And then it provided a series of recommendations for mitigation to help offset the impacts of the site. It was reviewed by both the county and DOT. DOT was in agreement with the recommended mitigations, which included extending that westbound left turn lane, restriping the northbound approach of Little Egypt Road coming up to 73, and then the installation of turn lanes at the site driveways. As you're well aware now, Lincoln County has a higher mitigation standard, so we did not satisfy that with the recommendations from the TIA. So we went back, we had conversations with the county, and I think that's where we came up with a pretty good solution. So you'll see here, this is on the right side here at the table, levels of service. It's a lot like, grading in school. Each intersection and movement is given a letter grade, A through F, based on how well it operates. Like I mentioned before, working with DOT, the mitigations spelled out the lengthening of the westbound left turn lane, and then the restriping of the northbound approach to include a separate left turn lane and a through right. Again, that helps operations at the intersection, just given how the phasing works today, where each side essentially has to go separately. So this would allow the left turns to go on the side streets and then the through movements to go concurrently. Working with the county, an additional improvement was identified, and that includes the installation of dual southbound left turn lanes. So you can see there, we would widen the southbound approach of Little Egypt Road coming down to Highway 73. There would be 2 left turn lanes to go east on 73. When you put in those dual left turn lanes, that also requires the installation of a second receiving lane on 73. So you can see there would be some additional widening on 73 represented in the yellow shading to receive those dual southbound left turns. And then an additional improvement came from conversations through the neighborhood meetings with Trilogy. There was a strong desire to maintain that northbound right turn lane. So you can see there we have shown the widening on the northbound approach. So essentially there would be 3 lanes coming up to the intersection, which would include a separate left, a through lane, and then a right turn lane. Eric went over a lot of the reasons for the TIA appeal previously, but essentially just comes down to, eventually Highway 73 needs to be widened. That's a long-term NCDOT level STIP improvement project, that would essentially make it 4 lanes. This is what we're able to do, one developer out here. We think this is a significant improvement. That southbound left turn is heavy. It comes down, it serves a lot of the school traffic. So that's really helping people not really affiliated with our site coming down Little Egypt Road to head east on Highway 73 over towards 16. Eric hit on this a little bit, but we are committing to actually removing the C-store and gas station that was proposed in the original TIA when it was prepared. So that sees a significant reduction in traffic volumes. The traffic volumes here on the right just show what was assumed in the TIA, and then it actually swaps out the C-store and gas station for some additional small-scale retail. So you can see at the bottom there, I know it's kind of hidden for some, but it results in about a 2,900 daily trip decrease in traffic, and then it also decreases the peak hour traffic volumes by about 340 AM peak hour trips and 270 less PM peak hour trips with that swap. And finally here, this is a revised site plan. So the main thing to call out here is that upper right corner where the C-store and gas station was shown previously. You can see that's since been replaced with about 10,000 square feet of small inline retail that more generally matches kind of the overall nature here of the shopping center. Again, it's small scale, it's neighborhood serving. There's a phrase in development that retail follows rooftops. So when Eric mentioned 15,000 vehicles, a lot of that traffic would be, local traffic that needs to travel for these style amenities. So now hopefully they have this closer to their homes and don't have to travel over onto the other side of 16 for these types of things. I'm going to let Eric close it out here with some.
Oh, hold on. Stick around for just a second.
Yep.
So to me, at least, the upside to this is that if you put your grocery store there and some of the other things there, then folks on Little Egypt and things in Trilogy and people don't have to travel all the way down to 16 and 73, which will limit the burden on that area, I would imagine. Do you see the same thing?
Yes, I mean, I do think there's going to be a large draw for this center from the, Trilogy neighborhood and the adjacent development residential. The traffic study, I will say, there's just standards when these traffic studies are done, and that isn't always captured in these traffic studies. We generate trips based on the Institute of Transportation Engineers, how many trips will it generate based on the square footage of the site and the uses. And then we go ahead and we assign that traffic to the driveways and onto the roadway network. There are some assumptions, I will say, in the numbers for something like pass-by trips, which is essentially people stopping on their way to another destination. So that is captured in the numbers.
It just seems like if there's a grocery store there, for example, a nice one or whatever, I know that I live in Westport, and we don't have to go down to 1673 because we have a nice little grocery store right there. And the less traffic we can generate at 16 and 73, the better off we all are. Just my thoughts.
Totally agree. And the connection into Trilogy gives everyone in that neighborhood, direct access into the shopping center without having to go on the 73 or Little Egypt Road.
So I'll ask you the same question I asked the last crowd. Are you confident that you can get the right-of-ways to do the road improvements?
We have designed this, and that's the reason for the appeal. The right-of-way, the only right-of-ways we would need to take are the right-of-ways that are down 73. That would be part of the bank, and then further down all the way to 16. So that's the appeal. We're agreeing to do all of the work at this intersection and have all of that the necessary area to do that work.
Thank you for a straight answer.
I'd also just like to summarize John's comment. Everybody's talked about traffic here tonight. Traffic's not going to get any better. The intersection is, it's not great right now. And I just feel like this is a really good opportunity to let us make an investment, private-public partnership investment into this interchange and, lessen the restrictions that it already has. John kind of stole my thunder a little bit. I wanted my partners of Trilogy behind me to see we are agreeing to take the C-store off of the site plan. This is what we've plugged in case of it, and that's what we developed the trip memo off of. With this site plan, we're still able to provide the necessary development guidelines, which most importantly for the Trilogy members is you've got a 20-foot buffer, you've got a 6-foot berm, you've got a 6-foot fence that we'll build on top of the berm, and then a 30-foot landscape buffer beyond that. So all of that, which is in the development guidelines, is still protected in the site plan. We'll also have the sidewalks around. As part of the negotiations with the HOA team from Trilogy, they've asked if we could entertain moving the crosswalk from that intersection to a crosswalk that lines up with East Lincoln High School. There's a crosswalk that comes out of Trilogy 273 that just kind of stops and is stubbed there. I'm agreeing to bring that sidewalk from the entrance to Trilogy to our center and also work with the county and the school on however that needs to be worked out with. You have to have a receiving lane for that crosswalk to reach over to the school, but that's something we've talked about with staff and we'll continue to work toward getting that accomplished. Other things we've talked about with the HOA team, they requested that ballards be put in at the rear of the site so that it's just golf cart friendly only. We're fine with that. They've requested the right northbound lane, which we've agreed to plug in on top of the DOT work or the off-site work that we're going to do. And George, tell me anything I'm missing. We're also agreeing to do the C-store swap out and have that as a use restriction as part of the approval with the PD. I think that's it. I'm sure there's some more, but George and I have been working. We talk weekly, and I feel confident that we both want to be good neighbors and see a successful project. It's a scalable project that we can really build something quality that's going to bring good tenants to the East Lincoln community is our vision. I think that's all. Let me just make sure. Yep, that's it, unless there's any other questions.
All right, any planning board member or commissioner have any questions right now? All right, then I'll open the public hearing, and first signed up to speak is George. Jeremiah's got something to say.
Chairman Lineberger, if I may, Mr. Gibson, you answered one question that I had, which was, I wanted to make sure everyone was clear on this. Are you stating that you are replacing the previously presented plan that was in the published public hearing packet with the one you just showed on the screen that does not include a gas station?
We are committing to removing the gas station from the plan.
Okay. And so follow-up question to that, with the trip reduction, with the removal of that gas station, do you still anticipate the need for the TIA appeal? Or if maybe your traffic consultant could provide an answer to that.
Yeah, I mean, I think, and if you want to talk, John, but my understanding is that the traffic appeal had to go along with the site plan that we submitted with the C-store If we're changing out the C-store for retail that reduces that trip account, we're still committing to do what's necessary at the interchange for those off-site improvements.
I guess asked another way, with the gas station removed, do the modeled future build conditions with the improvements that you can do, would it meet our level of service standards in Lincoln County UDO, negating the need for an appeal of our denial of your TIA?
Yeah, John? Yeah. Potentially.
Yeah, so I understand. The question is, with the removal of the C-store and the reduction of trips, would the TIA appeal still be required, I think, right? So it's a layered question. I will say just some back of the envelope math, it appears that we may actually be able to meet the standard without the C-store in place, given the reduction of trips. But the study was done 2 years ago. There's some underlying things, with the background of this. It's hard to fully answer the question, but I think with the reduction in trips, we may be in a better spot and may not need the TIA appeal. But it's my understanding that Eric and his team are committing to all of the improvements, that have been requested by the state, the county, and Trilogy.
To echo Commissioner Cecina's statement from earlier, there are a lot of things that it sounds like need to be hashed out. I do feel that data is going to be vital, that modeled condition with the C-store replaced with retail. And so I don't know at what point the county attorney would advise we receive that data, if that is during the planning board's deliberations or earlier. I'll kind of leave that in your court as far as a recommendation on should the hearing be closed or continued in order to gain that additional information.
Additional information for this specific or for the TIA appeal?
What we're contemplating is whether or not an appeal is even needed. With the gas station removed, does the traffic study meet our ordinance standards? If it does, then an appeal is no longer needed.
I think that no decision is going to be made on the TIA appeal tonight anyway. So is that data that could be provided within the next 2 weeks?
We have a trip memo that shows, it was part of the presentation that shows a reduction in the counts. John, if we're asking if we need to see what that new trip generator actually requires, it could get us back to needing the appeal. It could get us back to being less than all the off-site road improvements that are being required. But I think at the end of the day, we are trying to get the PD zoned, approved, and we are, regardless if the appeal is necessary or not, we're saying we're going to do this. This is the amount of work we can do. If it's above and beyond, great. If it's, the appeal is necessary, then, we need to get that approved.
My suggestion is that we finish out this public hearing. The Board of Commissioners can continue the public hearing and not close it. That way, if it needs to be reopened at the next hearing, that is a possibility. But I don't think anything about whether or not the TIA is being withdrawn has to be definitive before we move forward right now. Does that make sense?
And I would just say, we're more than happy. We can provide, a technical memorandum that basically updates that build condition with the updated development program showing, the levels of service and everything, just so it's all documented and it matches the new site plan.
My question for legal counsel is, does that addendum need to be provided during this hearing, whether that's continued to a later date, or could that addendum be provided following the closure of this public hearing?
I think it needs to be provided in the hearing, so I would suggest that we finish out this and then continue the hearing, do not close the hearing, and allow that to be presented at the next meeting. It can be presented prior to, but then it can be discussed at the next meeting. It can be provided to planning staff and they can get it to the commissioners.
All right, thank you. I know that took a lot to get through, but thank you.
We're good. All right, so public hearing is open. George?
Thank you. Just to repeat, George Arena, 6081 Pier Drive. And I'm speaking for the last two guys that are sitting over there in my group, so could I have 5 minutes, please? I'll be quick. My first suggestion was I was going to, as part of this confusion for the TIA and the scenario with the site plan, I was going to suggest that an amendment to the TIA be provided that talks about the reduction, and then the waiver be granted. So not necessarily getting rid of the need to appeal, but getting a way to solve that problem. Just have them create an amendment to that TIA with the site plan that's correct and the reduction in troops, and then you still give them the waiver. Okay, so as Eric mentioned, this is a project that was conceived by Trilogy in the initial stages of their development. And they provided deed restrictions, they provided a vision plan, they provided a lot of things to us. And one of the things we struggled with in the course of these dialogues is how to get all that information into this plan development conditional use. Talking with Andrew, I would have handed out tonight, I've given 15 copies. Those are excerpts out of the deed restrictions that are in the agreement between Shea and Walter Clark's family that is subject to whoever buys the property. And what we're requesting is a way to get those into the site plan. I passed those to Andrew previously, asked him with the county's attorneys if we could just submit those as part of the conditional use, and I got told no. So we are taking excerpts out of the deed restrictions on the agreement and the First Amendment, and I've given Eric a copy. Most of that has already been agreed to. There are some things that Eric mentioned that we have agreed to in conversations, including the ballards to restrict traffic going in and out between the community and his property to golf cart and pedestrian only, and anybody in Trilogy that wants to use the access outside of Trilogy can do that through the automobiles. That was a concern. We have 25 houses that just directly border the back of this property, and another 25 to 50 that can see this property from their front yards. So that has been, the traffic that will be generated past those properties are a concern. The vision of what they're going to see is a concern, and we have been working through that. That's why it's important to get these deed restrictions on the site plan so that the county can make sure they're enforcing. And I have, the only thing that's in that 8-page document that Eric hasn't seen is how to deal with the noise restrictions, because there's such close proximity. So I'm not going to read all those, obviously, in the length of time we've got here, but our suggestion is as follows. Number one, and we've seen tonight, and they're agreeing to do it, put the old site plan, the site plan that he gave to Trilogy, back into this application. As mentioned, there's a community meeting that was held in the Optimus Club Civic Center where about 30 people attended. Just to show you, when Eric presented to the Trilogy community, over 200 people attended, and that's not documented in your site plan. He could have easily put that as a community involvement meeting as well in there. We've been working back and forth. Eric came to our meeting in June when he presented the new site plan to us, and we talked about the traffic, we talked about the guidelines. There was also in the original vision plan a Main Street Village section, which was supposed to be a pedestrian area. We've agreed with them to not put that in there because, as he's pointed out to us, it's hard to rent the stores that are bordering in the pedestrian area if they don't have a frontage where people can walk into them from their cars. So we're making modifications to what was the original vision plan to go along with what he needs, and he's making the modifications now to eliminate the convenience store and the gas station pumps. So we really just need 4 things, and I like Commissioner Cecina's suggestion that we all sit down between county staff, the developer, and ourselves, and make sure all of this is documented and in the agreement, and come back and get that all together for you. Our main concerns are, number one, we got the C-store sorted out, we'll get that done. Give the TIA appeal waiver, provided that the reduction in trips are shown. We've got the right turn lane that we wanted back in there. And what we need to do is the document we handed out tonight, get those design restrictions and site restrictions and involvement restrictions into the conditional use through the notes on the site plan. And that's something we're willing to work with the county on and willing to work with the developer on. So I think we've got a path forward, as was suggested by Commissioner Cecina, and we'll do that if that's agreeable to the county staff and to the developer. Any questions?
Thank you. Next,
Thank
Bill.
you.
Bill Parsons again, 4340 Highway 73. Somebody else wanting to make big impact in the county. Everything they offer, I said this earlier, everything they offer is available right down the road. They're not giving us anything new. And people will shop at a grocery store, but only if it suits them. Having one close by is a big benefit, but we've got a Harris Teeter and a Publix and a Food Line, and there's customers that are dedicated to each one of those. You can't control what grocery store is going to be in there and who's going to want to shop. What the people in Trilogy may think they're too good to shop at that one. So they're going to drive down the road anyway, and you don't know that. The other retailers, you don't know who they're going to bring in. They don't have anybody on contract that's committed to building there. So you don't know what businesses are coming in, what quality of businesses are coming in. And since it's not a new thing, it's not a benefit. If Trilogy wants their own private shopping center, let them build it, have only access from Trilogy, and hell, they can mint script, give it to their tenants, and let them shop at the company store. But Trilogy shouldn't be able to put this place up and drive it at any expense to the county. If they want it, let them do it and close it into them. Let it be at 100% at their expense. If they're not going to do it that way, then we don't need that. It's going to interfere traffic-wise with the high school. It's going to interfere with the state credit union. It's going to interfere with that red light right there. You got more business there, you got more crime. I didn't even know about this till tonight. I saw it on the agenda and I thought, you know what? That don't even make sense. And, but I get we got to grow. I get that. But that doesn't mean we have to put a grocery store on every corner. It doesn't mean that we have to let all this commerce come in everywhere. Charlotte's full of closed down shopping centers. It's full of empty neighborhoods. You know, we got those houses right behind me on Dalmatian. That developer's done turn, tail, and run. I know I'm out of time. But he got his money, and they haven't developed 50% of that.
All right. Thank you, sir. All right,
So,
next, we have
thank you.
Ned.
Ned Devine, 6972 Potter House Lane, Iron Station, North Carolina. Got a question here. The appeal in the quasi judicial thing about the road work for this was tabled. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Well, meaning what?
Meaning the decision on this has to be made before we can make a decision on the other.
Decision on the road, on the.
On this case here, the PD has to come before the other one.
We need to make a decision what we're discussing right now before you can make a decision on the roads.
That's correct.
That's kind of putting the cart in front of the horse, isn't it?
we don't make the law. This state statute, how we have to follow this.
So we decide, with everything that's been questioned here, there's not really been a really great answer to anything, kind of like what run into with Iron Gate. It's what we want to do here. We've got these pretty pictures here on this little plat showing, these little blocks and parking spaces and all, and that's it. So up to 72,000 square foot of retail space in that area. Have you seen the area? Do you know what we're talking about here? That spot in front of Trilogy? It's not that big. You can see the houses almost through the woods when the leaves are off the trees. And they're going to put all this stuff in there? Is it all one level? There'll be no multi-level stores or anything? That's correct. So we need another bank, and we need another coffee shop, and we need another fast food, and we need another grocery store. Any of y'all got any grandkids that go to East Lincoln High School? I do. I worry about them every day when they drive to school. Have you gone down the ramp there at the farm to try to get on 73? No, none of y'all have. Maybe Bud every now and then. You don't know what that is, and you want to put more. We just building 120 houses right there coming out of the bus parking lot driveway. And now you're just right across the road, you want to put in a shopping center. I tell you what, I mean, things are just out of control. People have just lost their minds. Got to slow down a little bit, folks. You got to slow her down. Now, the meeting next week with the DOT, is that an open meeting?
Yes.
Okay. So could we just pause for a while to hear what they got to say? Is that possible? Or maybe there's an ordinance out of Raleigh that says we can't do that. We got to keep on building wide open before we worry about the roads. Maybe that's what we need to do. Let's just go ahead and build the 609 homes there, put the shopping center in, all these other houses around, and don't worry about the roads or the safety of the people of Lincoln County. It just looks like you don't care. Thank you.
All right,
And, by the
Janet.
way, you can scratch me from the public comments. I'll save them for later.
Janet?
Janet Proscia, 483 Bowline Drive. I am supportive of this development with the conditions that George Arena outlined on behalf of the Trilogy development. So I have nothing more to say, so maybe we all get to go home soon.
All right, thank you. Renee?
Renee Chesler, 6556 Lowland Court, Vice President of the HOA and a member of our Ingleside Design Review Committee. Just wanted to let the board know that the Ingleside Design Review Committee had another meeting on July 13th where we hosted about 150 of our neighbors, where we went through the plan that did not include the convenience store or the gas station. And in the room, basically everyone supported the plan as it was outlined with the berming, with the bollards and the golf cart access only. And there have been numerous conversations about this, so it is not something that the Trilogy residents in mass are opposing. There's always one or two people that raise their hand, but we have done everything we can to keep everyone informed of the plan that has been presented in this hearing. Thank you.
All right, thank you. No one else has signed up to speak, so I'll entertain a motion to table the final decision on this case until September the 21st.
So moved.
All right, motion by Commissioner Cena. Any further discussion? Hearing none. All in favor indicate by saying aye. Aye. All right, so we'll come out on the 21st. All right. That concludes the portion of the zoning and things. So now we go to adoption resolution authorizing and approving installment financing. Ms. Rios.
Still good evening, not good morning yet. Tonight, we need to have you adopt a resolution authorizing and approving an installment financing. As you all know, the schools are remodeling and expanding Rock Springs and Catawba Springs elementary schools now. And the resolution in front of you authorizes the county to issue up to $26 million for those two schools. It looks like it's going to be about 23.5 million. We will do a public sale because we looked at a private placement and the rates just didn't support going with a private placement. It's more work to do a public sale, but I think we're going to have a better outcome. Are there any questions from anybody on this? It's pretty straightforward, just like we did 2 years ago with St. James, other than there's two schools now.
Anyone have any questions? I'll entertain a motion to adopt the resolution.
So moved.
Motion by Commissioner Patton. Any further discussion? Hearing none. All in favor indicate by saying aye. Aye. It is approved.
Thank you.
All right, at this time, we're going to let the planning board go. Sorry about that, guys, ladies and gentlemen. So y'all can go to Vesuvius Conference Room. All right, next, purchase authorization of CAT 275 compact track loader. Andrew.
Good morning.
Just a few more
This
minutes.
is a purchase authorization for a CAT 275 XE compact track loader for solid waste. This is a much-needed asset for them. We budgeted $150,000. It came in at $149,832.10 on Sourcewell Contracting. So good luck, good work from our not public utilities, solid waste staff on nailing that budget. This is coming from Carolina CAT, and again, that is a cooperative agreement, pre-bid essentially. Just requesting that approval. It is already budgeted.
All right.
Any
Anyone have
questions?
Any questions? All right. I'll entertain a motion to approve the purchase.
So moved.
Motion by Commissioner Mullen. Any further discussion? Hearing none. All in favor indicate by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? All right, it is approved. Next, request to add one senior deputy sheriff. SRO.
Thank you, Chairman. I will bid everybody a good pre-Tuesday evening for everyone coming up. Yeah, I'll make this is pretty straight and simple for us really this evening. This is a request that came to me from the charter school. They want to expand their SRO coverage. They have two. They want to move to a third. This third SRO will distribute between both sites, the Lincolnton site, the Denver site. I sent them over to the sheriff's office, obviously, to discuss the details with the sheriff. They've put the request together before you. So we're requesting that the county approve us a third SRO position to serve the charter school. It's the same as all the others. The school will pay for 10 months coverage for the SRO for salary, bennies, as well as the necessary equipment is built in, factored in over a 5-year period, calculated. The county does pick up the additional 2 months of the year.
Any questions by a commissioner? Okay, I'll entertain a motion to approve.
So moved.
Motion by Commissioner Cecina. Any further discussion? Hearing none. All in favor indicate by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? All right, it is approved. All right, next we'll go to the ordinance amending Chapter 97.
Commissioners, this is the third time that you guys have seen this ordinance. This is about the weapons restrictions in the parks. At the last meeting, there was not a unanimous vote by all members of this board because there was an absence. So it is required to come back for a final vote again. This vote only requires a majority.
And the most recent change is that a bow and arrow is going to be permitted unless it is being, or so long as it is being transported in a case from a vehicle to a boat or by a special permit from Parks and Rec. Are there any questions?
No questions. I'll entertain a motion to approve the ordinance amending Chapter 97 of the Lincoln County Code of Ordinance.
So moved.
Motion by Commissioner Cecina. Any further discussion? Hearing none. All in favor indicate by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? All right, is approved unanimously with all five. All right, public comments. This is where the public's given 3 minutes to speak, or 5 minutes as a group. So, the two gentlemen who have already signed up to speak have already left, so, anything you guys, three of you got like to say?
I've got a couple of questions.
Well, this is not a Q&A. The public
Bill
comment.
Parsons.
The Q and, this is not a Q&A. This is a public comments portion. So we.
Okay.
And this.
All right.
We'll
Okay.
listen to you for 3 minutes.
All right. You're telling me I can't carry a weapon on park property?
No, that's not what we're saying at all.
That's what I read in the
No,
agenda.
that's not what we're saying at all.
Okay, where can I get detailed information on this?
You leave your name with the clerk, and I'll make sure that you get a copy of what it says. You can carry
Okay. All right, thank you.
That's not what it says at all.
All right,
Matter of fact, I'll give you my copy right here.
all right.
All right, no one else signed up to speak. We'll close the public comments. Any other business come before this board? All right, seeing none, I'll entertain a motion to adjourn.
Nope, we're done.
Public comments closed.
We're done.
Comments are closed?
Closed, yes,
Oh,
sir.
2 seconds ago, sorry.
All right, motion by Commissioner Carpenter. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor indicate by saying aye. Aye. We are adjourned.
That's true, what good a carrying case does to keep people from being not scared.
The whole pretext is, if I want to go in